everybody, we are live. I'm going to hand it over to our keeper, Wes. Please take it away.
Hi, what's up, everybody? Welcome back. This is week 2, our second and maybe our final session of the Between with the Pigeon Killers. My name's Wes Franks. My pronouns are they them. I am a professional game master. I'm a tabletop game designer. I'm a writer. I do a lot of graphic design, and I am also a super fan of The Between. And I am also one of the writers for Sons of Another World, which is a series of supplements for the game to expand your game more. And they're like full campaign books, and we can talk more about it at the end of the stream about The Between and its upcoming backer kit. But that is me. I will be your keeper for this evening. Let's go ahead and get a round of all of our characters and our players and get to know them, and then we can dive right on into a recap, and then we can get on to part 2.
Okay. How about we start from the bottom this time? Theodore, would you like to start with who you are and what happened last time?
Hi, I'm Kush. I play games here at TPK. You know who I am. I'm playing Theodore Englewood. This is basically a broody character with a lot of burden on them, and they're like bored of it. They don't want any of it, but still they're like the prophecy child who will end a curse on their family, even though they don't want to. So yeah, that's me.
Awesome.
And I come with a additional character, Miss Evans.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Mon. It's Monica basically, but people call me Mon because Mon is cute. Other than that, I'm an artist. You also know me as Translucent Tiefling on Instagram and Twitter that I don't use anymore. I'm playing Miss Evans, and I'm basically playing a factotum character, and I'm supporting our cursed man, Theodore Englewood. And I'm just like, I'm there. I'm here to help, but I also scold him a lot. So that's me.
Awesome. And then from our undeniable Aman.
Hello, my name is Aman, also known as Aman HK everywhere on the socials. Pronouns are he, him. And I'm playing the most beautiful NB you have ever seen in your life. And you won't have a chance of ever seeing again. Called Ishaq al-Shirazi. Pronouns they, them. And, there's not much to say about Undeniable. It's just like, you just have to lay your eyes on them and you want to give your whole life and all your possessions over to them.
Yeah, and a lot more, it seems, from the last episode. And
that's just the beginning.
hello, I'm Kshema. I'm also known as Kumi mostly in TTRPG circles. I am playing Kala Kumari, who is this lovely, haunted little vessel with her sweet, sweet kitten, Sir Jimothy. Both of them together are fascinated by every sort of wonder in the world and are very excited to meet this incredible fish creature that's been haunting our lovely gardens. That's us, the hunters of Hargrave House. Oh, Wes, I'm so sorry, you're on mute.
I'm muted. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. We had to have one of those, our corporate mandated mutings. So yes, last time on our 2-shot of The Between, we had an introduction with all of our different characters and hunters of Hargrave House, with different vignettes of introducing them, kind of seeing their relationship dynamics. They were then told that there was an incident occurring at Cremorne Gardens, a pleasure garden that is found near Chelsea Harbor and Shane Walk, and near where the Thames meets the harbor and the bay. there was a description of like a fish-like thing or a fish man that had been giving people a fright. It had mostly been a lot of hearsay and rumors until Simon Piedmont and Beulah Thrum were attacked by this creature. So, seeing what was at the bottom of this, seeing if it was a hoax or not, the hunters of Hargrave House made their way in a hansom cab to Cremorne Gardens, where they split up. Theo making his way to the river's edge, meeting a young artist by the name of James Whistler, where he learned a little bit about the investigation and then stood for a portrait. To which Whistler invited him later that night to come back so they could see maybe more of what this creature that he's obviously hunting for. Or if they can meet somebody by the name of Abel, who seems to have a penchant for hunting this creature as well. We then got to see Miss Evans wander through the crowd, do a little bit of detective work, moving unseen, unfettered. But eventually, as she was stumbling across a little bit of evidence, some clues, had a run-in with a strange vice admiral that was walking with this young naval officer. There seemed to be a weird connection, almost like a recognition between him and Miss Evans, him recognizing Miss Evans, though we do not know truly what the nature of this person could be, what connections he has for Hargrave House in a greater in a greater narrative, a greater story beyond just this one story. Then we also went with Kala as she went and took in the sights and the sounds of Cremorne Gardens, but was distracted by a purple tent with a advertisement shouting out and promoting a certain individual by the name of Greco, the second-sighted boy, a self-proclaimed clairvoyant and medium, to which Kala and him had an interesting conversation, to which he took them inside of Kala's mind, and being shared a little bit of who she is and her memories and her nature, he warmed up to her and said, "I'm going to provide you a gift," and gave her evidence in the form of a vision, as well as a mastermind clue in the form of a golden crest from a ship by the name of the HMS Chimera. Finally, a shock was quite the shock, as after his introduction with a Miss Abigail Simpson through Miss Evans, was given a tour of the grounds, which ended in the hedge maze. A hedge maze, a labyrinthine growth of topiaries and flowers, to which we saw a potential future of Miss Simpson being lost forever in this hedge maze. But a shock is seemingly experiencing some kind of rupture, and a branch being cut and a new one being grown anew, to which he found Abigail Simpson, her prostrating herself before him completely naked. But instead of falling for her charms, her whims, punished her for trying to play games with him and for making him chase after her, to which she begged for mercy and decided to display her love in public, which is how our session ended, with a public declaration of love from a nude Abigail Simpson holding a large and flawless pearl up in the middle of this crowd, it being taken by a shock, and her being dragged away by her father. Does that sound a bit what happened? Is that close?
Yep.
Very, very, just a normal Wednesday.
A lot of masks were pulled off. A lot of background was said in secret.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So that brings us to... That was all during the dawn and the day phase. This was during a time where you were able to run amok amongst the city and do your investigations and everything. But now we've come to the dusk, which means that much like our story is transitioning to a very darker, a much more grim place. So are the mechanics, because the control has fallen completely into my hands now. You had your fun, and now you get to sit back, relax, and enjoy the consequences of your actions. But before we get to that in the night phase, let's go ahead and talk about the dusk phase. The dusk phase, in the between, so there's different phases of play. Starting with the dawn, going into the day, into the dusk, and the night. The dawn phase leads directly to the day phase. The day phase leads directly to the dusk phase. The dusk phase leads directly to the night phase, and the night phase leads directly to the dawn phase, and so on and so forth. It is the cyclical nature of the game that allows you to keep pace of your game. So there are a lot of TTRPGs out there that suffer from kind of having the wide open spaces. It's kind of like playing an open world game, and so you kind of lose track of the plot and you kind of get stuck doing side quest stuff. The Between gives you these light little bumpers. It's essentially, we have this open world of London for you, but we're going to give you some parameters, and we're going to utilize time, the day and night changing, to kind of show you how the game should get paced. It's a tool not just for the players, but for the keeper themselves, kind of helping them flex and work on those muscles of keeping pace within your game, so when you play other games as well. The Dusk phase has a series of 5 things that we're going to do, and we're going to go in order. But first, I want to check, and I do not think so, but is there anybody here that has a move that needs to be done during the Dusk phase? Anything like night work or anything like that?
Nope.
I have
Perfect.
something like, I think I have something like day walk.
Yes, you have day work, but you haven't selected that one as your move.
Yeah.
You've got the Hargrave House informals. Which,
okay.
which you can utilize those whenever you want. You just let me know if you want to bring somebody in from that
Yes.
informals pool. Perfect. Okay, awesome. Well, that means that we can move on to our next step. I am now going to pose a question, a paint the scene question about Hargrave House to the players. You are all going to answer this. And then this is going to allow us to kind of give a little bit of form to Hargrave House as a building. It is this amorphous, ever-changing kind of building that looks the same from the outside, but on the inside, hallways move, rooms shift as the narrative demands, as fate and the story weaves them together. That's where they pop up. We've already gotten a sense of where you all live, but let's go ahead and let's talk about... It's the night of the hunt, so let's go ahead and learn a little bit more about the Hargrave House trophy room. There were hunters living in Hargrave House before you. Trophies from their encounters with the supernatural can be found here. Can each of you please describe one?
Okay, shall I begin?
Yeah? Take it away.
So one of the trophies over there is a entire skin of a person, just the skin. Imagine if anybody has seen Jeepers Creepers, the end of the movie.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
You understand what I'm talking about. So it's just the entire skin of a person without the, all the holes aside, the eyes, the mouth, the nose, and all around the edges, it's just black veins, all slowly converging towards the heart, and it's just a skin which is displayed.
It's just like a skin on like a display model, almost like a display rack that has black veins all converging towards where the heart would be.
All converging towards heart. Yes. And there's especially like at the center of it, it looks like the skin has rotted and has almost solidified to stone.
Oh, that's so gnarly.
I mean, that's the texture it would give. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay.
Right next to it, you see the most beautiful, pristine, perfect foot, just cut off from the ankle. And it looks like the feet of the most beautiful person you know. To a shark, it would look like their own feet.
Oh,
And,
Achilles heel.
Yeah,
Oh.
it changes based on who's seeing it.
Oh.
It looks like the most perfect, most beautiful. It makes you a foot person for as long as you're looking at it. And under it, it says the foot of Asmodeus.
Okay.
The foot
Love
of what?
that.
Interesting.
Asmodeus.
In this corner that seems to be enveloped with darkness itself is a slight outline where if you were to go closer, you could make out a tome or a book of sorts. And at times when you sit alone in this trophy room, you can hear the pitter-patter of droplets of blood just seeping through the pages and just falling over the edge of the stable. But also snuck away in the corner are what seems to be like these sort of shilling shockers, almost these small booklets that have the name Charlotte Crypt just written over it. And they have the most fascinating names like The Immortal Mate, or Red Lust, or Dark Whisper. They just lie there in the corner. You don't know if it's forgotten or if it's a memoir of sorts.
And just in the center of the room, there is this one table over which there are these two ballerina shoes. They are completely white except there is some blood over the shoes right in the front where the toes are supposed to be. And around it you can see there are some black feathers that are being displayed. And in the shoes itself there are places for two gems, but one of them is missing.
Excellent. Excellent. These are all very good. As we kind of see the camera pan through, and then we see this empty spot. It hasn't been formalized. It hasn't been like notated yet, but we see a series of clues that are sitting in front of it in this kind of container that's this display box that is slowly, steadily being filled. And let's give a reminder of what our questions are for the Creature of Cremorne Gardens. And as we kind of see the camera pan over each of them, we'll see some of our clues, and we can decide if we want to answer a question or if we want to go into the night phase and not answer a threshold question. Let's get a reminder of that. So we have a threshold question that is a complexity of 4. Is the creature real or is it a hoax? Answering this question unlocks our next appropriate question depending on if we've determined if the Creature of Cremorne Gardens is real or not real. Would you all like to take some time for us to kind of pull back from the narrative of the game and kind of sit and discuss as players what we think the answer to this question is, or do you want to keep on exploring and find more clues?
I think we should have enough clues.
I
already have a theory. So,
Yeah, even I have a theory, and I think the creature is real. That's what my personal belief is. But I don't know about others.
I think the creature is not real. I think it's a hoax.
Okay.
That slime that you were carrying around, do you feel like it was something man-made? A party
It
trick?
has to be. It didn't taste like fish. It tastes like all the aspects of fish without the fish. It can't be real.
Something you could find at a local fish market even.
No, it's literally not fish. It's something fishy, but it's not fish. It's almost like someone's estimation of what fish could be.
But what about that dorsal fin that you brought back as well from the river?
It's just a fin. It could be any animals. I think it's a plant, in fact. Someone is trying to make it look real by planting these things. And they're there. It's just them dressed up, or I don't know. Maybe they use magic. Maybe it's real in that way. But it's definitely a human deed.
Miss Evans, Ishak, you both spoke to Miss Simpson before she made a display of herself. Did she indicate that the gardens might be going to ruin and they might need a spectacle of sorts to keep the suspense, the excitement still there? Get lovers to cling a little closer to each other in fear of this monster that could take them away.
I mean, I left Abigail to the care of a shark, so he must know.
But are we having this? Are we having this discussion in character or out of character?
Now we are having it in character.
Now we're having it in character. Yeah.
Yeah.
Quickly was like, no, we're doing this in character, and I'm like, okay, if this is what y'all want to do, if this is the vibe y'all want for the table, let's go. Let's go.
There are things that people see when they should be doing, when they're doing what they should not be. So, could be just a flutter of leaves that somebody saw, shaped like a fish man. Doesn't necessarily make it true. It just could be a rumor to keep prying eyes away and to keep the lover's secret intact.
And the murders as well. We didn't really come across any happenstance, any place with any sort of remains, did we? We've heard of these murders, but have we seen any evidence of yet apart from that crude drawing of the fish creature in the newspaper?
The murders could just be a jilted lover.
The murders are real. There is someone behind this. It's just not a monster.
Could be someone with a mask, for all we know.
I did see in a vision back with the boy who could see. They did show me what seemed to be a captain of sorts, someone related to the Navy. Now, I have met a multitude of monsters. He did seem to be more horrifying. Do you think that the only monstrosity here really is human nature?
I don't know
Colin,
why would I
you should
have.
not trust your visions.
I don't know why would
Sometimes-
I have. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you finish. You finish. I'm sorry.
Kala, my dear, you should not trust your visions all the time. They can just be misconstrued, or they can be metaphors to something else. Something that you need, something that you want, some closure that you're looking for. Doesn't have to make it true, literally. I'm sorry, were you saying something, Miss Evans?
Yeah, I think I have a feeling that I've seen similar person that she's talking about. It was a human, I believe, but not exactly.
What was odd about them?
The way they talked and the way they walked, the way they looked like. But the captain, as you said, they are the captain. And there was a boy with them. I felt a little weird sensation when I saw him. And I heard that he lived in the Belgrave Square itself. So he's someone who is quite close to us, but we don't even know.
What reason
was
would they
this-
have, though? to inflict this sort of terror in the gardens.
And was there someone named Abel by any chance?
I don't think so. I heard their name, right, when the boy was talking to.
Vice Admiral Flag.
Yeah,
Yeah, you heard Vice Admiral Flag.
yeah. Yeah, their name was Vice Admiral Flag.
I also heard this name Abel being thrown around. Apparently, it's some guy roaming around in the night quite often.
Where is the Pearl Keeper?
The Pearl is sitting. Yeah, we can say that this whole conversation's happening in the trophy room, and the Pearl is just sitting there on a cushion. Essentially, you've like brought it back from Cremorne Gardens to just sitting on this velvety cushion on a stand, and we have like. We can see these details. We can see the dorsal fin. We can see this jar. We can see the Book of Sailors' Hymns. We also have the notation that one of you took that Abel walks around at night, works at the harbor, a bit intense. Just all kind of all laid out in front of us.
Is there the painting as well? Or like of which Theo's painting was done?
No, he was not that painting was not handed over to Theo. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It was held close to the chest.
And
I've taken a look.
Is the pearl looking like it's natural, or was it made? Because pearls aren't usually that large.
It seems to be natural. Yeah, just honestly, we're in the theorizing kind of portion of this, so that's kind of up to y'all to kind of determine. Do you think that like that's a detail that we can kind of add? Like, for all we know, it's a large flawless pearl, but as we're trying to figure out how to answer this question, do we want to like work together or kind of decide together that this is, by all intents and purposes, a man-made pearl?
Can we roll for it?
Yeah, sure, we can roll for it.
I mean, if you want to, I mean, that's the kind of thing. Are we a exact split decision on whether this is a hoax or is it a real thing?
Could I do something to just investigate a little further by looking at the dorsal fin and the jar of muck to essentially perform a sort of seance of sorts and do my rite of salt and smoke to observe another place or time where this existed as whole or on something else.
Let's see. I think what we can do here, because I don't want to like, because if y'all want to investigate more and get more clues and recontextualize the clues that we have, if you want to add to them or anything like that, we can totally do that within the night phase. I just don't want us to get too bogged down on that before like diving into that kind of like more nighttime investigation. So in like using what we have right now, if y'all don't want to answer the question using what we have right now, y'all want to recontextualize, then we can go ahead and do that, and we can answer the question at any time. So if y'all want to kind of dive more into some more investigation before we bring it back up, we can totally do that. Because it seems that we kind of have like an idea of what we want to do with this and where we want to go with it, but y'all kind of want to nail down some specifics first.
That works.
And then we can definitely have you do your rite of salt and smoke and everything.
Although, what about the vision color? I know Ishak said not to trust it, but you know, truth is often so boring. Visions, however, true or not, are often revealing. I trust them if I will.
Well, the visions can be revealing if people are naked in it.
I do have to admit that I did find myself in a place that I was cold and damp and had the sea spray around me. But as much as I would love to say that any story of a monster is a true story of a monster. That they do exist and they are wandering around us in every sort of shape and form. This vision, though, did not show me a sea creature, apart from a sailor, if you could call them a sea creature as well. It did not show me a monster or a fishman. It showed me a book of songs. It showed me the ship, the sigil of it at least, and it showed me this captain, maybe an admiral, someone aboard that ship. All these lead me to believe that they're clues, almost little tidbits scattered around to lead you to believe a legend or a fable, not necessarily something that exists here. I do find a vindictive nature in the person in question, but the creature themselves, I saw nothing of it. I do believe that if it were real, I would be overjoyed, but this, my dear friends, could be a hoax.
I find myself agreeing with you.
You don't need to convince me.
Miss Evans, I know that you've been at the gardens much longer than any of us have. But do you believe that if not Miss Simpson or her father, if they were not trying to do this for personal publicity, do you feel like there's someone vindictive enough to inflict this on them to damage their reputation?
Well, as much as they were not really good workers to work with, I do know that they are good people. And I don't think that anything that is happening here is being done by them. There is definitely someone behind it, be it a creature or a man or both. But I'm still not convinced that it's a hoax. I think we need to know more and look for more. And I believe if it's a hoax, then unlike you, I will be overjoyed. Because I believe the worst of the crimes are committed by men, the humans that we are.
Let us hope that might be able to save instead of fall victim tonight.
Then we
So we
need to head out.
continue our search.
Yes, I believe.
A pearl this large is going to be very precious. I'm speaking out of character. So I believe, like, it can't just be, lying around. Obviously, you have taken it, but it just can't exist on its own. Either it is real or it is fake, and people are really good at faking things. So Ishak, well, I do believe that natural pearls can't possibly be made this large without some man-made intervention to it. I do believe it is quite man-made, not natural at all. I wonder if there is someone, since I am a collector of curiosities, I wonder if there's someone who can make these sort of things.
Perhaps someone accompanying a circus or a museum. And they really know how to make things from the past look quite real. Even things that might not have existed before. It is odd though. Ishak, what did you say to Miss Simpson to get her to do that? Did she seem troubled before?
No, she seemed quite in love with me. I didn't say anything. She just wanted to show her love for me for everyone to see.
All is well.
I mean, everyone does. And he just sort of like smiles slyly at you. Anyhow,
So-
I think
Another question to answer about the mystery of the pearl and the mystery of this creature/person.
Yes, we do have a couple of clues to go by. We do have the slime that we found. We do have the dorsal fin. The person Abel that you said, maybe we could locate them as well.
If the pearl is real, it'd be quite an incentive to perhaps find and steal it.
And I think one of the questions is that where did Abigail get it?
Where did I
We need to ask her. How did she found it?
oh yeah, I was following her all the time, right, Keeper? So
Yeah.
was there when did I see the pearl actually, come into her hand?
When it was displayed.
Oh, just manifested.
Yeah. You for some like from the hedge maze, you thought that she like went and like just
Yeah.
went and immediately did that. You didn't see where it came from.
Ah, okay. I was too busy following and looking.
Reveling in your. I did such a good job making this woman fall in love with me.
It does seem quite fake because I do not know why she would keep such a large pearl in her proximity unless it was a new feature for the garden or something that was kept as a prop around.
Is it heavy? Should be heavy.
Pretty heavy, large pearl.
I say we crack it open.
I agree.
So just so I know to keep this train moving, are we going to continue investigating and not answer a question?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
Maybe, like answer a question like okay, like three of us agreed that it was like a hoax. Was that answering a question or?
That's the thing is like that's like if y'all want to determine whether or not it's a hoax, then we slot in what clues we think like support that, and then you can adjust those clues however you want to. You don't have to actually investigate the clues, but what this is and really what does to bring it out of like character and everything is to allow us to kind of sit back and like kind of have a discussion and come to a negotiation, because this game, much like all TTRPGs, is a conversation. It's a negotiation between people. So if there was three of you that think it is a hoax and there's one of you that does not, then that would seem that like the table has overruled that one person. But there is still a chance for that one person to be correct, because whoever rolls the dice for that hoax could get the roll, could fail the roll, and then that means the alternative would be true. Which is dramatic and it's juicy.
Yeah.
And so that's why I don't like to put a lot of like, don't focus too much on investigating the clues you have already, because those clues can be adjusted within our discussion. However, so if y'all wanted to say, yeah, we cracked it open and we found out it was hollow and everything, then that's something that we could do. If that's something that you want to like put up to the group, and if everybody's like, oh yeah, no, that's sick, that kind of falls in line with what we're going for. I can see how where you're like, we need to mechanize this to make sure that and like we're correct and that like the one person doesn't feel left out, but there are plenty of opportunities for them to kind of get in and shape and everything and change these kind of things. I just don't want us to get so hung up on like the pearl or anything like that that we get to the point where like we don't get to solve the threat at all, because we're like, is it real or is it a hoax? And then it's like, and then we figure it out and everything. So if that's the thing, if y'all want to wait to hold off, then we can go back into like the narrative of the game and everything and figure out what y'all are doing during the night. But if we want to go ahead and answer this question, we can go ahead and knock it out. But if not, then no worries.
Yeah, I say if the team want to answer it as a hoax, then we can do that and we can vote for that. I agree to that.
Perfect.
Okay, but we still have to bring in all the clues to explain why it's a hoax, right?
You can bring in as many as you want to. So you have to answer. So since it's complexity 4, that means you need at least 2 clues. And if you have at least 2 clues, then you're rolling with a -2. But if you get 4 clues involved, then you're rolling. It's a flat roll, just 2d6. And if you roll with all 5 of those clues that you found, and you can tie those into our answer, then you get a +1.
I think so. One of the clue that Theodore said that the slime was fishy but not fish.
I actually can probably bring them all together. A dorsal fin, if is clearly a plant by a person, because a fish creature with a fin cut off is not going to be functioning. Not on land with pain, not in water without a fin. It can't be a real thing. A jar with the unusual slime, that seems planted as well, because it's sort of like planted to create panic in a way that it does not seem like it's from a creature. It seems like artificially created. It doesn't taste like fish. If it was fish, it would have tasted like fish. The Book of Sailor's Hymn is where this folklore of this creature is from. It's part of a folklore. It's not actually. I mean, there must be some base reality to it, but that's something that pointing out that it's actually a fable. It's not something that's right here, right now. Abel walking around at night is just suspicious because of the pearl, which is the final target. Abel is probably walking around suspecting the place, staking it out, figuring out entrances, exits, and in the meanwhile, he has done all the killing. That's my explanation for all the 5.
That is very, very intensive. Do we have any adjustments we want to make? Any things that we want to add to that? Anything that we want to kind of recontextualize? That was dang, you're running right through it. And that also kind of opens Abel. Abel, you haven't talked to Abel yet, but Abel being a suspect kind of really helps contextualize that clue so that you can lead up, tee up into talking to Abel at that point.
Also, did the news specify what was the murder weapon, or how the person died? Exactly.
There's because that's the thing, is that there's been a string of disappearances, and then there was an attack. And y'all didn't talk to that young couple at all, but the couple that got attacked. But they apparently got attacked, and her dress got ripped, and there was a scratch and everything like that. That was the most that y'all have detailed from that, through the investigation.
I agree. I think of all the horrors that we have encountered before as hunters, this one does seem quite mild so far. People were still venturing into the garden. They were still walking around. Miss Jessica, Jessica Simpson. Miss Simpson. Miss Simpson seemed quite, from what I heard, Miss Evans and you, Shakshay, seemed quite concerned about the state of the gardens, but didn't really seem to provide or believe in the creature that's prowling around. I do believe that this is someone pretending to be a monster.
Yeah,
I like that. All right. Excellent. So, with all of those explained, now we get to do our everybody's favorite move. We get to answer a question. So we've determined that we think that it's a hoax and everything. So we get to choose a person that is going to take 2d6 plus 1 and roll to see how correct we are in our theory. So who would like to do the honors?
I'd like to elect Miss Evans so that
the
dice roll
Miss
in
Evans,
her,
okay.
If the dice roll in her favor, then this is not a hoax, which I'm excited to see. Honestly.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. So Mom, you're gonna have a +1 to your roll, 2d6. Now keep in mind, if we all decide to, if it rolls and it fails, or it's a middling success, you want to bump the success up, then you can all elect to put on a mask. But you have to all do it. If you don't, then it's going to stay at this level. And Mon, just to give you a context of what you're getting into. When you roll this 2d6 plus 1, on a 10 and up, the answer is correct and the opportunity can be pursued. So there's no issues. Y'all will have narrative control over, with a threshold question, it's just correct. And so we move on to the next question. On a 7 to 9, as above, but I will add an unwelcome complication or to the answer, or I will make the pursuit more dangerous, depending on whether what happens. On a 6 minus, the answer is incorrect, and it will be the opposite. So it will be a real creature. And then on a 12 plus, on this threshold, I'll even say on this threshold question, on a 12 plus, the mastermind will reveal themselves while you're pursuing the opportunity. So yeah, it'll be another kind of a mastermind will show up again in some way.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll, add your +1, and let us know what you got.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. But it's with a +1, it's a 5.
Oh!
Fantastic.
We wanna.
Excellent.
Oh.
So Mon rolled a 5 with a +1. So that means that unless you all put on a mask, the creature is in fact not a hoax. Oh, we even got the screenshot and everything. The creature is not a hoax. The creature is in fact real. And so y'all will be kind of going in being like, yeah, it's not real, it's a fake creature, and then I will act accordingly to prove otherwise.
You know what? I kind of like that.
I'm so tired.
Yeah.
I totally want to put on the mask, but
Yeah.
I love the idea of us going oblivious. And only Miss Evans is like, you don't realize the gardens.
I love that. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Let's go for it.
Okay.
Totally not real.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's totally a hoax. Perfect. All right. So, we're gonna go ahead and mark this. Now, all of these have been used. So they do not, even though you were wrong. So typically on if it's not a threshold question, it's the final question. If you're wrong, I'll just throw in a complication and you get your clues back, and y'all have to y'all have to come up with a new theory, essentially. With that, with this, I'm taking all of your clues. You're wrong, and it's the opposite, which is great. So now you'll have to collect more clues in your investigation to figure out our question here. If it is real, what does the creature want? So that is what our next question is you're trying to determine with the clues that you collect what the creature wants.
What the person,
and doing
what that person wants.
what that person wants, yeah. And then if you do answer that correctly, you get to resolve the threat by luring the creature to you, then destroying it or convincing it to go back wherever it came from, which is your choice, essentially. Y'all can kind of decide how to deal with it. But this is great. Awesome. All right, we got through that. That is taken care of. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. All right. So let's go ahead and go in the round. Before we get to our Janus mask prompts to kind of edge us into the night phase and everything, let's go ahead and determine what each of us will be doing for the night phase. What is your order of operations? What's your plan for the night? And then we will everybody go in a circle. We'll go in a circle, starting with a shock, being like, what are you doing for the night phase? And then once we all go, you can adjust if you want to instead go with somebody else and help them, or if y'all want to do two things but you want to split up, then you can figure out something else that you want to do. But let's go ahead, starting with a shock. What is your plans for the night phase?
My plans are that I want to reach out to my followers. 'Cause that's such an the influencer world has
Hey guys, I'm
reduced
live.
it. So, but anyway, trying to reach out to my followers, lovers, anyone and just sending them on a quest, promising them my time and my body for them to gaze at.
Okay.
And just trying to reach out to my network, and I'm trying to see if any one of my fellow housemates want to accompany me
Excellent.
as I visit. Yeah.
You will be visiting your followers with your masterwork, essentially, the place where your masterwork is kept, essentially, and you're going to try to touch in with them and give an offering of yourself, essentially, for them to be like, whoever brings me some goodies can do that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I like it. That's a good sense. Kala, what are your plans for this evening?
So I do want to do my my rites at this point.
Perfect.
Of salt and smoke. Only because,
Perfect.
So Kala is being incredibly overconfident, and, she's just talking over her shoulder, and she's like, oh, I'm so sorry. I really expected this to be a lot more fun, but it's just not the person in the costume. It happens sometimes. People like to go around pretending to be other people. Did you see how Theodore put this in his mouth? And what about Ishak? And oh my God, with Miss Simpson? The confidence and the woman.
Miss Simpson.
She's been going through a lot, but my, does she keep in shape? And just is settling down these things in the trophy room, hearing that little drip on the side, and is not really concerned about it. Notices that the sun's going down and is just looking at this. Now, let's see. Everybody did think that this was made somebody's, handicraft skills of sorts. Wouldn't it be fun to just see how they looked when they were sitting here cutting up things and going, hoo hoo ha ha, look at them going to be terrorized by me. And yeah, she's getting ready to just kind of go into a little vision of how these things looked when they were whole, or what they looked like before they were found by us.
Perfect. Okay, sick. I love that. All right, Miss Evans, what is your plan for the night?
I have 3 things I would like to do, and I would also like to ask Theodore to tag along with me, because I know the night time is usually very dark and it's very dangerous. So I like to stick by his side. But
Okay.
I want to basically do is that first I want to explain my previous session's mask, what I did, and then
Yes, yeah, and we will get to that before we kick off the night phase. Yeah, I just want to know what y'all are doing so I can get that slotted in while y'all are going over these masks.
Yes.
Perfect.
And the second thing I would and during the night phase, I would like to first meet the Thomas Simpson, the gardener, and I would like to talk to him about whatever is happening and what just happened to his daughter, because I don't know. I don't think Ishak have told us what exactly happened. So I would like to ask him if there is anything going on with Abigail. And the third thing is I would like to use one of my move, I think, which is the Hargrave's House informal. And I would like to meet Kip Longfellow, who is a street urchin. And he basically lives near the Cremorne Gardens. This is where he sleeps usually. And in the morning, I don't know where he hangs around, where he goes to. But I know at night he comes here to sleep in the benches. So I would like to find him and ask him about this creature. I think these are the things I would like to do.
Perfect. All right. And Theo, hearing that, there has been a request. What are you planning on doing?
Yeah, before the request is even made, I go to Miss Evans and ask her, so what are you planning for the night? Whatever it is, cancel it. We have a party to attend. Go get dressed.
I know you jest, but this is not the time. We are supposed to finish this. We are supposed to end this. We are supposed to find the creature tonight.
I don't chess. There is no creature. It's a person. And we will find him. We are going to find him. Don't worry.
Well, whatever you think, whatever seems right to you, we'll see. But yes, we are going to find, and I basically explain what I explained to the keeper just now, to him, that this is what I want to do. This is my checklist. I want to do this, this, and this, and I want you to be by my side because I know you might get in danger and I need to protect you. So
I might get in danger. Miss Evans, there is no threat. Don't worry so much. Let's just go.
you know, if it's a man, as you say, a human who is lurking around and they're still hunting people, attacking them, they might even kill. So you need to be cautious.
Yes, but a human is no threat. They think they are threats, they think they are strong, and they think they are vile. But none of that compares to the studies of magic by the Inglewood family.
So you do read your book.
It's about the only thing I read. But
Sure.
anyway,
Smart.
let's not get into an argument about this. We will go to your urchin and we will go to Mr. Thompson. And then we'll go to my party. How about that?
If we find the creature on time, then definitely I will tag along with you for the party.
But we are going to find the creature at the party.
Okay.
Anyway, enough discussions. It is pretty late. Get me my coffee so I don't fall asleep.
Perfect. All right. So what we have essentially is Ashok is going to his followers, their followers, to kind of get everything to make an offering for good work. Then we have Kala is going to perform in the rites of salt and smoke. So we'll get into that. And then we have Miss Evans and Theo going back to Cremorne Gardens for a party, quote unquote, to speak, and hopefully bumping into Mr. Simpson and doing a little bit more investigation there. Any amendments, any changes that we want to make to our evenings? Okay. Let's go ahead and take the time. If you have any math prompts from the previous session that you are wishing to let us know to regale us with as we prepare for this night phase and everything, please let me know. Go ahead and regale us.
So I have a mask that I removed last session, which was the darkened threshold, and I had to narrate a scene in which I committed a terrible and violent crime to help my employer. So let's move to the morning of today itself. Just before I was getting ready in my room at 6. Usually I do it at 5 because that's the actual time when I get ready. But today I got a little late. And the reason for that was because you see this vision, you see the camera pans toward the street. The street is just 2 blocks away from the Hargrave House. And you hear this noise, someone shouting, and then suddenly starts to whimper. You hear the rattle of stones, and suddenly you hear another scream, and then a whimper. And then you hear this sentence by Miss Evans. Oh. I hired you just a week ago. Now I have to find another one. Why can't you just keep your hand to yourself? Why can't you not touch our things that belong to our masters? And you see Miss Evans standing in the street, a black sock full of stones, and the blood is dropping from there. And that sock is gifted to her by her employer. And you see you can just see the sock and her, and she wings the sock again. And then you hear a thud. Seems like the person she was hitting fell down. And she picks a book that is next to that person. And she takes out the handkerchief that he have. And she see the book is quite intact, except there is one drop of blood on it. And she clears it with that. And eventually she put the book in her bag. She fixed herself. She looked at her bloody dress and realized that she have to change it again. And she walks, leaving that body, seems like not moving anymore, behind her. And she walks toward Hargrave House, back to his master, back to his room to give his book back to him. And that is my
The
master.
book was missing last morning. Crazy, I loved it.
Creepy.
Oh.
The thought.
Love it.
So, can I say that I always keep a sock filled with stone or coins, just so that I can attack people?
Fix that blood.
You're on mute.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah. No, I just wanted to say that's great. That's fantastic. I love that. Keep a sock around just in case. Sick. All right. Awesome. Any other mask prompts?
No.
I want to know about the vulnerable move. When and how does that happen?
The vulnerable move. Yeah. If y'all want to, at any point, if you want to queue up a vulnerable move, you can do so with another player. Unless there's like the factotum cannot issue a vulnerable move with anybody but their employer, so Theo. But the other players can have a vulnerable move with Miss Evans. They just have to be the ones to initiate it. So essentially, what it is at any point, if you have the time, doing vulnerable moves during the night typically end dangerously for my games. But if you want to, you can take some time to set it aside to partake in your vice with another player and go through the options of like seeing how they relax, how they like kind of take the edge off, and then inviting them to either find a clue or to learn a little bit more about one of the hunters, and then you both clear a condition.
And you said that it's dangerous to do it in the night.
For my games, not necessarily for every game, but for my games, yeah. I just like to be a little stinker, you know.
Fun.
Perfect. All right. Any other adjustments or amendments?
No.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to introduce yet another mechanic to the game. Because we are formally going into the night phase. And before we go into the night phase and everything, I have to introduce the unseen. The unseen is a mechanic within the game that during the night phase, the camera peels back from the action that focuses on the hunters and focuses on another part of London. This is a scene that should that has prompts related with it that some of our players are going to be answering that I'm going to provide to them, and one of them typically is to paint the scene that everybody answers. The thing about these prompts is that they should not have any direct correlation or action that is occurring with what is happening to our hunters in their night phase. But if you choose to find a way to incorporate some thematic things, such as a hunter is currently being attacked by a creature, and they stab it in the mouth, and it bleeds all over their face and everything. And then you incorporate a thematic connection into the unseen prompt, where you have a reveler that is at a pub, drinks wine to the point where the wine bottle splashes wine all over their face. Then that would be something considered an echo in the night. An echo in the night is one of the many ways that you can gain an experience point for the end of the game. So keep that in mind as we go over, and it'll be the London at Night, the Unseen tab for our players. And if you look at cell C42, that you'll see that our unseen prompt for this night phase is the Billingsgate Fish Market. Felt very appropriate. For this unseen, I'm going to go ahead and give a description of it. And I will do this description again when we come back from break and everything. But I'll give a description of like what the kickoff to the prompt to the whole unseen is, and then I'll assign each of you your prompts here. So let me go ahead. The fish market at Billingsgate, within the bounds of the City of London itself, is the largest in the world. Even in the dead of night, it is a hive of activity as the porters, traders, and fishwives prepare for the return of the trawlermen before the sun rises over the Thames. Stalls are scrubbed ready for the day's catch, and lamps lit on the wharves. Our first prompt is going to be narrated by Theo, or Kush.
Yeah.
Our next one is going to be Kumi. And then our next one is going to be Mon. And then everybody is going to participate in the Paint the Scene, which is the last prompt, in which Ishak will have you, or Aman will have you kick us off with that as well. So, I am going to go ahead and formulate a game plan to go ahead and get my ducks in a row. We are going to tackle this night phase, and we are also going to tackle this unseen together. And we will see what happens after we take a quick break. It is 12:10 right now where I'm at, so we're at hour 10. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute bio break. Go ahead and, like, if you need to take your meds, do some stretches, get some water, get a snack or something, go ahead and dive into that, and then we will see you at 20 minutes past.
Okay. See you all soon. Bye.
See you.
So yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. We're
Hello.
live. Thank you for being here with us as we go into our night phase.
Perfect. All right, everyone. We have done all of our discussion, our Janus mask. If you missed us in the first half, we did a bit of some recapping, and then we also decided that we were going to answer a question, and that question's answer turned out to be incorrect. The whole group was assuming, the hunters were assuming that this was a hoax. It is in fact not a hoax. The creature is real, so that is going to be coloring our interactions with this creature soon, which is honestly great. It's honestly like, what more could you possibly want from an evening of
Monster
frivolity in games and monster hunting than that. So I just want to thank Mon personally for making this happen, because this is going to be great fun. This is going to be absolute great fun. Okay, perfect. Awesome. I'm stoked. Okay, great. So we're going to kick off our night phase here. Ishak, we hear your footsteps, your shoes clinking against the cobblestone as you're making your way down the street. How are you dressed, and what is this building that you come to? The door that you come to, what does this building look like as you're preparing yourself to essentially make your way towards your followers?
This is the most unassuming building that you would have seen, and a building that you won't even probably take a second look at. It's the most blandest of all buildings in the entirety of London. Not a lot of people, especially not the gentry, they don't frequent these places. It's just Ishak currently, who is wearing a guise, because again, he doesn't want to attract attention. I go into this building, and immediately it looks like it's a residential complex. Probably people from the lower economic zones, lower economic classes, it looks like they probably stay here because it looks more affordable. But instead of walking up the stairs, there is a stairs which is going down. Reaching downwards, he raps on a tuck. He raps on a metal door. It opens, and the first thing that I hear is a symphony, which almost with a bit of cacophony to it as well, almost like it's been deliberately mistuned. I keep walking down the dungeon, and I see people just bowing their heads, knowing that I have arrived. I step onto what looks like a platform which goes deeper inside. I take off my clothes. I leave the boots on. I am completely in the nude at this point. Two followers bring me knives. And as I move forward on the platform, it goes deeper in, and all of you see two rows, one on the left and one on the right. Men and women of different ages, of different looks, of different backgrounds, on their knees, the front of their clothes open. And as I walk, I extend my hands, which holds those knives on the sides, and they are streaking across all of their chests slowly. there are, on some of their bodies, you can see previous similar scars of like a straight line, which has healed, and new ones which are forming. And as you sort of tilt up from the back of Ishak, you see a small orchestra of musicians who are playing a tune on violins, on trombones, on drums, different musical pieces, musical instruments. And they're combining to make a symphony, which at times sounds almost the most beautiful symphony that you have heard. Mozart and Beethoven, they can't even fucking compare to this. But at the very same time, it almost screeches. This is along the lines of the same tune that the people would have heard in the musical box when Ishak was getting ready the previous day. I turn around, and at the end of the platform, there is a velvety throne waiting for me. My gloves and boots are still on. I settle on the throne. So, you have come to witness me once again. And I shall offer you myself. But like always, I need something in return. There hasn't been any murders or any interesting others who have otherlings from other worlds, other magics which have piqued my interest. But there is something that has happened in Cremorne Gardens which I want to know about. So I want you to find out who is doing all these misdeeds. And by the way, if you disappoint me, you shall never see me again. And I sort of settled into my throne, and I put a leg up on the armchair of the chair, playing with my knife, sort of like.
As you do that, go ahead and give us, as you're like making this demand of your followers and everything, we can hear that music playing in the background. As you rest in your throne, put your leg up, feeling this confidence, feeling this sort of control. Go ahead and make the night move for me with presence. Mm-hmm. You have no conditions. Go ahead and let me know. Go ahead and tell me what you are afraid is going to happen if you fail this roll.
I'm afraid that these followers are not going to take me seriously. That they might even fucking laugh at me. Obviously, I have control over them, but that doesn't, make it untoward for them to, just laugh at their king in a way, like when king makes unreasonable demands.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm rolling with presence, right?
Yes.
And it's a straight
also,
roll,
it is going to be it is with your presence straight roll. It is the night move. Mm-hmm. It is worse than that, than your fear. You will realize that this is actually this whole gathering. This gathering of your subjects before you has been infiltrated by some other element that is meaning to use this as an opportunity to take you down, to take you out, to knock you down a peg.
That's fair. Thank you for adding that. That's an 8.
An 8. Perfect.
Thank God for the 3 that I have in presence.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, that 3 in presence. On a 7 to 9, which you got right in the middle, of 8, you do it or hold steady, but there's a complication or cost. I will describe what this looks like.
Yes, please.
We see you rest and you sit like that, feeling very confident, feeling very aware of yourself. And then you hear the murmurs turn into agreements, to roars of like, of course, without question, my lord, without question. Right away, and you see some of your subjects stand. The music starts swelling a little bit as they hear it, and you can hear their ears perk up as they hear it, as it transcends out from you, beyond you, around you, fills this space. You see it, you forget the faces of your subjects, your followers, because once you do bring them into your fold, they kind of lose their form to you. They become unimportant to you. It's just what they can provide you is what's important. Most of them have these kind of cloaks or robes on, unless they are naked. But you do feel a hand approach and say, "I have something for you, my lord. Something that will help you in your purpose upon this mortal plane." And extends a hand towards you and bows down.
Show me.
The face looks up, the hooded, cloaked figure looks up, and you can see that there's an eye that has a scar coming down from it. It is pale and milky, and you note that there's another scar around the neck where it seems like there's been some kind of rope or rigging tied taut around the neck. And you can see that there is 2 tattoos of swallows searching for the coastline. And then in the middle of that, there is a cardinal directions with north, east, west, and south tattooed in this blue ink that's slowly faded on this leathery skin. And this figure smiles a grin that is missing teeth at you and lunges towards you and tries to grab the front of you, as you see pulling from behind a diving knife. Very like a double-edged knife meant for stabbing and use underwater on a ship. And then we will cut from there. Once again, the Billingsgate Fish Market. The fish market at Billingsgate, within the bounds of the City of London itself, is the largest in the world. Even in the dead of night, it is a hive of activity as the porters, traders, and fishwives prepare for the return of the trawlermen before the sun rises over the Thames. Stalls are scrubbed ready for the day's catch, and lamps lit on the wharves. Kush, go ahead and kick us off with our first prompt, if you want to read that out, and then go ahead and give us what's happening.
So, David Mentes, a shepherded Jew, has a stall selling battered fish and chipped potatoes, deep fried in rat oil. Workers on their way home from a late shift stop for a hot meal. Who stops by and what do they vent about as David prepares their food? So, as the night keeps going in this narrow street, David has a nook of a shop in the corner of the street. The smell of frying fish and hot oil, almost oil that's going rancid even, fills the air. And yet very workers who have worked hard shifts, be it fishing, be it something else, form around this place. David knows exactly who everyone is and what kind of portions, what kind of meals all of them prefers by face. And he is handing everyone their meals while greeting them. And as he does that, one of these people is Tom. Tom Hannington. He says, "Do you ever just feel like life has just stopped, David? Like you're moving through the motions, but everything else seems to have come to a halt. That's how it feels now. Since the factory cut our pay, they say they don't have enough money. The factory is not doing well. But I see the upper management getting paid just as handsomely as before. I go to work, I come home, but it's all just frozen. I'm still putting the same effort. And it's no matter what I do, nothing changes. It's just like I'm standing in place and watching the life I used to know slip further away. I haven't stopped working hard. I used to do the same before, but it's just like it's the same long hours, it's the same tired faces. But at the end of the day, there's less to show for it. It's almost like I've become the background character in someone else's painting. And David nods his head in understanding and hands him an extra piece of fish.
Excellent. We leave that scene and make our way back to Cremorne Gardens. Theo, Miss Evans, how are you two dressed as Theo, as I assume you're looking to come across Mr. Whistler, correct?
Yeah.
Perfect.
So-
What are y'all dressed like? What is the vibe? What is the mood that y'all carry with y'all as you make your way towards Cremorne Gardens?
Theo would be dressed the same way as he was this morning, as he was the last morning, and as he has been for the past week. Drabby coat, unkempt shirt, unironed, one of the collars going outside the coat while one stays in. Some of his hair the hair behind him is inside the coat as he wears it. And as if he does not look drabby enough, he just like unmakes his hair a little more.
Perfect. What about Miss Evans?
No, can't hear you.
No, not. Yeah, it seems to be hardware, not software.
No, nothing.
Hmm.
Okay, now. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, you're
Yeah, but I
back.
can't
Yeah.
hear you for some reason now.
Oh, okay. Oh no.
Okay.
Give me a moment. I'll just remove my. Now I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
So Miss Evans is right now as Theo told him that we are going to a party. I know that he doesn't care about keeping the face, but Miss Evans does. She find her best dress that she can put on, but most of her wardrobe is full of black. As this is what she wears in the service, but even her dress gowns are also black. And she tried to find the best one, the one that shines a little. There's this one with some shimmering gems, but most of them are still again black and silver. And then she takes that dress out dress up and basically make her hair a little different this time. And right now she is more of dressed up for a party, but she also made sure to not wear very high heels because she still believes that it's not a man but a monster. So she is quite ready with whatever is going to be there for them.
Perfect, perfect. You all approach towards Cremorne Gardens. The lights of it twinkling in the middle of this dark kind of garden forest. You all can see people dressed far more fancier than you two, making their way towards the banqueting hall and the dancing platform. And along the promenade, where we see in the darkness, in the cover of darkness, well-manicured lawns, neatly ordered flower beds, and ancient trees. Let's paint the scene, everyone. You see something truly beautiful along this promenade. What is it?
I see some bushes around the walkway, and those bushes are basically there are some string of lights that are being attached to those bush, and it basically lights up the way that you're walking towards.
Perfect.
Other
What
than
else do we
the way, the moon is out in all its glory tonight. It's a full moon, and it's one of those days when the moon is closest to the earth or something. And it looks huge, and the entire garden is lit up with the moonlight. Yeah.
Perfect.
I would say that in this darkness where even the street lights are just flickering and the moon is the brightest over there, in this darkness there's a vision, a shine almost of this, not massive, but quite a large statue of Our Highness, the Queen of England, just to remind us once more that if anyone walking past here were to gaze upon her, what we do for the crown.
Beautiful. Anything else? Perfect. All right. As you two are approaching, you hear a low a whistle. Discord is going to cut it out because my whistles are too powerful and shrill. But you do hear like a low, just like in it going up the scale a little bit, whistle, as if somebody saw something that they liked. Miss Evans, you go ahead and turn your head really quickly because it's somebody catcalling your employer. But we see the curly hair, the well like tailored brown, like with a khaki kind of trim suit, with a nice like bow, like a tied bow tie, very southern in style. James Whistler, who very handsome in a rakish way. You've not seen this man before, Miss Evans, but clearly this man has seen your employer. And he strolls up as he is rolling a cigarette. Good evening, Theo. Who is this that I should be acquainted with? Your wife?
Oh no, of course not. This is my helper, Miss Evans. Miss Evans, say hi.
It's good to meet you. May I know your name?
Miss Evans. Evans. What? My name's Whistler, James Whistler. I live right down on Shane Walk. There. Points towards the walk and everything. I'm a local. I met your employer earlier today. I didn't know you had help.
Well, of
Of
course I have
course, it
help.
doesn't seem like a type to have a help. I know.
Of course I have help.
Doesn't seem like a type to have a help. I know. Of course, it doesn't seem like a type to have a help. I know.
Well, of course I have help. Why not? Of course I need help. Who's gonna take care of everything while I'm doing my things?
And she's got plenty of bite, too. We like to see that. You know, sometimes the help acts all quiet and everything, but I like to see that, you know, personality shines through. I'm not used to it here in London. Y'all are so buttoned up. I like your spirit, Miss Evans.
I'm gonna
Thank you, I
lean
appreciate
over
it.
to Miss Evans and say, personality. You know what that is code for? It's calling you a bitch.
He might hear you. You're too loud.
Anyways, is Miss Evans going to be joining us? I thought we could go ahead and have ourselves a night of frivolity, maybe some dancing, grab some food over the banqueting hall, just really experience Cremorne Gardens and all of its wonder.
Of course, yeah. Miss Evans, why don't you, as it were, speak to your urchin? And I'll meet you in a few.
Of course. You.
It was a
May I ask where you might be if I need to find you?
Somewhere between here and nowhere.
That was very helpful and insightful. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye.
Don't worry, I'll take good care of him, Miss Evans. We'll get some dinner and we'll probably be dancing, but if you don't see us, we're probably rooting around in a bush somewhere. Looks over at Theo and winks.
Shucks.
Not the shucks.
Well, then I take my leave and let you two birds hang out in the bushes, I guess. And I basically walk towards where I might find Kip.
Perfect. Yeah. We see James walk off. We get this overhead shot of James and Theo making their way towards the banqueting hall. And then we have Miss Evans looking for Thomas, right? You're trying to get an eye on the proprietor?
Yeah, I'm basically looking for Thomas Simpson and Kip, like whoever I might find first.
Excellent. Yes, let's go ahead and do your informals roll here for Kip. I'll go ahead and read off this roll here, this move. For the factotum, the Hargrave House informals. You skim money from the Hargrave House accounts in order to maintain a network of spies and enforcers throughout London. When you put out a word that you need help from someone in your network, select one of them from the list below and roll with presence. You've picked Kip Longfellow. So go ahead and roll with presence for us here.
Yeah, give me a second. So my presence is 0. Wow. So I need to roll 2d6, right?
Yes, 2d6.
So I rolled a 6 and a 4, 10.
A 10. All right. On a 10 plus, they show up right away in Do's You Wish. Any rolls associated with the actions they help you with are taken at advantage. Now, I will note if you put on a mask, on a 12 plus, they will also tell you something they have seen, and I will give you helpful information or a clue, whatever is more appropriate.
I guess I will put on a mask because why not? This is the last
Okay.
one.
Yeah.
I
Like
will-
you stole it.
Yes, I will put a mask of the past.
Okay.
So narrate a flashback to your young adulthood before you were a servant that shows your most significant times.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'll put on that mask and so I'll have to say what happened, right? I have to narrate now, right?
Yeah, if you want to narrate now, or you can wait towards the end, but if you got something in the chamber, go ahead and let us know.
Yeah. So I guess I'll wait for the end of the around the end I'll do that.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Yeah, you go ahead and mark. And with this, you're kind of dwelling, thinking of thoughts, walking with your hands in your pocket, moving around, and then you feel somebody bump into you and go, "Oi, watch where you going there? Oh, Pardon me, Miss Evans? I didn't notice you there. You look all done up and ever such. You didn't have a bit of coal on you, or no kind of smears of cookery or anything. And you see this small, this small, like, short urchin that smells like hay and has weirdly, like weirdly reddish skin. Wearing fingerless gloves, a jacket with a number of pockets, shoes where you can see his toes. You can't tell if he's 12 or like 20. A small person. That's kind of looking up at you.
You see, Miss Evans is like looks at him and say, "Oh, it's been a while, Kip. Where have you been? Still working in that factory? Is this why there's this coal everywhere?"
Oh, yes, Miss Evans. I am working in that factory that I told you about, making a lot of interesting trinkets. Found something just the other day that I think you would like, and he goes ahead and hands over your own watch that you realize that he has pickpocketed in the last 5 minutes, like bumping into you and everything. Because found that nice little timepiece that is.
Oh, you are so helpful, Kip. You know what? Why don't you keep that? You are such a help to me all the time.
Oh, I aim to please, Miss Evans. I aim to please, I do. Just in fact, the other day, I was just stumbling around. I noticed when you sent me a message, you said, Kip, stop. Stop. Because as in Kip, stop what you're doing. Stop. Got it. Registered that. Stop me on a dime. And then you went ahead and let me know that there was a fish person and everything. And I always keep my little eye out if I was to see anything fishy coming around this area. So I went around and I saw this woman. She was fabulous. She just had this tremendous little fascinator on her head. Had a little bit of like a breeze with like feathers and all that kind of nonsense. She smelled like wine. I was like, perfect. Good, just a perfect mark. I mean, lady to help out. Sorry, I am. So I go ahead and I go, excuse me, missus. My name's Kip Longfellow. I work at a factory just right down the road over there, and I noticed that you seem distressed. And she said, oh, George, I'm just dreadful. It's just dreadful. And so I went ahead, and she's not making a lot of sense now. And so I get ahead and bumped into her, and I was like, all right, well, if you don't know anything, I'll be on my way. And you would just notice the damnedest thing, pardon me, Miss Evans, the darndest thing that I ever found as I bumped into her, and she just dropped something on the ground, and I picked this up, and I was like, Missus, you dropped your keys. And then I realized these keys don't seem like they would be something attached to a woman as fancy as her. And he goes ahead and holds up, and they look massive in his tiny hand, this iron ring of keys, and you can see they're all labeled, and you realize that it is a ring of keys for Cremorne Gardens.
Oh, okay. And
so that is your clue for the 12 up as he goes ahead and he goes, so I figured that could help you out.
Oh, definitely. You know what? These seems like the garden keys, and the keeper of the garden is my friend, so I might give it back to him. That will be really helpful, Kip.
Oh, you talking about the man with the tawny mustache that looks all like just like all the time?
Yes, I am indeed.
Oh, I know exactly where I saw him. I seen him over by the bowling alley, and he looked really perturbed, and he's just looking at a handyman. He's like, you need to go ahead and make sure all those holes in the sewage lines are all like done up and everything, you is. And then the handyman was like, oh, well, I'm not to from around here, and I'll do it when I get to it. And then he goes, oh, and then he started bowling, and he looks really disappointed. I can lead you over to him.
Oh, that will be very helpful. You don't even know how helpful you are, Kip. I'm so grateful to have you as a friend. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And you say, oh, just keep your eye on old Kip, and I'll make sure no pickpockets lurking about getting inside your pockets or anything. We wouldn't want that now, would we, miss?
Oh, we don't, Kip, we don't. And I start to kind of follow up where he's taking me, where he might have seen the garden on it.
Headed over towards the bowling alley. we are going to then pop back over to Whistler and Theo. Whistler is taking you to the banqueting hall where you can see waiters in well-tailored black livery, dazzling white tablecloth, stacks of fine crystal goblets next to enormous casks of wine. Let's paint the scene, everybody. You smell something savory and unctuous as you step inside. What is it?
Oh, as we last discussed, these are people trying to cook American food, but since all the chefs are Indian, it's it's all spicy American food. Hamburger with Kashmiri chilies and Guntur spices, and it's just American food with Indian spices.
Perfect.
And then in one of the corner there are oysters full of slime.
Oh.
Perfect. Love it. What else do we got? That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Mhm. Hell yeah.
Who would have thought?
Perfect. Awesome. Anything else delectable and delicious we smell in the area? Perfect.
Just some. I don't know. Since I don't drink, but definitely some kind of drink which is being brewed. A hot
Ooh,
drink.
like a Turkish
Using-
coffee or something like that.
Something like that. The aroma is in the air. Apart from all the food that is
A
being
mulled wine.
cooked.
If I may add,
Yeah.
the really old sort of hot toddy recipes involve
Mhm.
putting them in steel glasses and lighting them on fire and then pouring them from one glass to another. That's
Hell
on
yeah.
show.
Ooh. That's good
Hell-
stuff. Mhm. Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Perfect. Good stuff, y'all. Okay. Cool. Okay. As you waltz in, Whistler goes, does your helper, Miss Evans, always walk with you, keep an eye on you and everything?
Yes, my helper and whatnot. Never mind her. What's this able fellow you told me about?
Abel, alright. Did you want to go ahead and just skip the pleasantries and we can go take a sneak peek and see if he's down on the beach?
Of course not. Why would I skip the present?
Okay,
the
well, we can go in.
And
We
then
can do
we'll
the pleasantries, and then we can go do some little nighttime rendezvousing on the beach. Okay,
go.
all right. Well, let's go ahead. You go ahead and try this mulled wine over here, and get you some hands on these oysters and everything. As he starts going ahead and starting to wine and dine you and tell you about his time in America and traveling from America to France and then going to Germany, Italy, Spain, Portugal, back around to England. Go ahead and give me the night move, please. as you are ingesting all this food and drink and everything, go ahead and give me the night move with vitality. What are you afraid is going to happen if you fail this roll?
Oh, okay. Uh, I'm
Make it
afraid
really
I'll.
bad.
I don't. I have something funny in mind.
Okay.
I might overeat, and when we get to the recreationals, I'll puke my guts out immediately.
It's worse than that. Not only will you overeat, but you will overdrink and you will essentially brown out. You won't black out, but you'll have like a spotty memory and you'll probably end up in a very precarious situation. How does that sound?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Okay. Go ahead and give me that roll there, that night move with vitality. Be sure if you want to, you can add any items to give you an advantage or disadvantage. I'll say because you've got a crick in the neck, that kind of dull pain is having you want to drink a little bit more to kind of like push it to the back of your mind. So go ahead and roll with a disadvantage. So roll 3, pick the 2 lowest.
Holy shit! I can't pick the lowest because they're all the same, and they're all 5.
Okay. 5s. All right. So 5 plus 2 is 12.
Well,
Holy shit.
Okay. I'll go ahead and come back to that after this. Kala. We can hear your footsteps creaking against wood. We see your hands gathering a collection of items. You have determined that this night will be used for ritual, for a rite. Go ahead and walk us through your ritual space, how you set it up, how you prepare it, and then how you are performing this ritual to interact with dark entities. Choose what kind of offerings that these entities require, and go ahead and describe to us, and then we'll go ahead and do the roll and see how it works out.
So Kala's humming and walks up to her room. The place where earlier today the sunlight was streaming through the window now has moonlight shining through it instead. She keeps the windows open so that there's no shadows that fall on it. But as Jimothy walks around her, just pressing against her knees and just rubbing himself, he settles almost like a perfect full moon in the middle of this moonlight. As she stands there in front of him, her shadow almost stretches infinitely, almost expanding to the wall behind her, stretching in a way that it morphs and follows what she's doing. But at very close observation, it almost looks like the shadow moves on its own at times, almost shifting anything that she keeps on this floor. She reaches down and takes a little bit of bead sand and puts it around Jimothy, and then takes her little pouch filled with seashells and puts it around him as well. He lies completely still, doesn't move, almost seems like porcelain at this point. And then she reaches and puts the 3 things that she wants to attune to almost. A part of the dorsal fin, some of the slime from the jar, and just a little crack of the pearl that she took. She keeps it there, sees it reflecting through the moonlight. Now, usually when she has to connect to the supernatural, find a way to do something that her little human vessel is not capable of doing, she tries to reach out through empathy, to cry a little for the tortured soul, the undead soul, in the hopes that it would reach out and listen to her, talk to her back. This time, though, she does believe that this monster is a hoax, doesn't believe that there's anything undead or tortured about the soul. Maybe nefarious in another way, but completely humane. So as she sits here, she sits with a laugh, looks over her shoulder at the shadow again, and says, "Now, the dinner I provide you probably won't be delicious, but how about a little bit of a pay-per-view, if you may? Something for us to entertain ourselves with while the others go looking for this human that's been tricking us all. I wonder what they're doing now, what they did to lay these clues scattered around." And she sits and goes over the clues in her head, almost unwilling to really sacrifice anything of herself to perform this ritual. But as she sits there, she thinks about the boy she met today, the sights that he showed her, a memory that was forgotten almost. She thinks of the ship, one that she's been on before, the last time she was out at sea. She remembers the journey from her homeland till here, it being the last time that she had seen her father, her aunt, her cousin. All of them lost the waves later that night. And as she sees the scene again in her head, she remembers the sailor, the man who stood and laughed in that thunderous rage of the ocean. And unwittingly, but gratefully, she offers her tears to the seance. Show me, dear shadows, show me where these come from. Are they man-made? Are they just props? Who built this? Who created this? Take me to the time of their creation. And if you are to be nefarious to me today, if they do belong to someone true, help me talk to them, will you? And she crashes Jimothy's head.
Go ahead and as you're giving these offerings to these dark entities, go ahead and roll with sensitivity.
That's a really good roll. That's 11 total.
11. Got it. All right. On a 10 plus, the magic works without further cost. Go ahead and choose your effect. What are you wishing to do with this ritual?
I want to observe another place or time. I want to reach out and see where these items come from. It could be flashes of visions, or it could come from a singular source. But essentially, I want to let my senses flow over the city, looking for where they come from.
Perfect. You go ahead and you make this ask. You make these offerings, these conjurations. And at first everything in the room is silent. And then all the air goes out of the room. Ice starts to form on the floorboards and on the door frames. And as you make this offering, you hear the door, though you locked it, open slightly. And then slam shut. You can hear footsteps. 1, 2, 3. High-heeled boots, it may seem. We see a figure behind you, never seeing its face or anything, but just something moving behind you as the camera is focused directly on your face. Your eyes closed, you're taking it all in. And then you feel this presence standing right behind you. Looming over you, you can hear these offerings. These bottle of salt of the body. Different tiers of people. Picks it up. You can hear the stopper uncork and then a deep sniff. And then the lapping of a tongue licking into a peanut butter jar or some other kind of delectable container. Drinking it up. Getting every little bit. Kala, do you wish to see more? The origin of these objects, their history. The offering you have brought me will do. For now. Would you like me to show you? Shouldn't take but a moment. And we see this hands, waterlogged, dripping with water. Thick, sharp claws connected to many knuckled fingers. The veins black popping through the sheer skin. The claws on either side of your eyes, on your chin, the thumbs on your ears. And then we just see the claws and the fingers insert themselves into you, and your mouth and eyes and ears taking the claws in and the fingers in, and then there's a and then the sound of ice cracking. And we're pulled in. Kumi, could you go ahead and read us your prompt for the Billingsgate Fish Market?
So Maggie Dillon is a fishwife of middle years with a lifetime's experience in the market. As the catch comes in and she bargains with the trawler men and customers, how do we see that this is her domain and she refuses to fit into the mold of gentle womanhood? Now, Maggie enjoys the mornings the most. It's when things are fresh, at their freshest, when things seem clean almost to be purified by the day. And as she walks down the beach, the coast, the sun is yet to rise. But you can see the golden glow almost hinted at the horizon. But for now, the sea can only be heard, it can't be seen. And as she feels the wet beach sand under her feet, she goes quietly to every new fishing boat coming in. She's looking for one in specific. Many call her name, talking about the catch they've gotten, the new varieties of fish that they have in their net. She waits them all because she has one fisherman who's always given her the best of the best catches. And that would be her husband. She goes over to where she waits for his little boat to come in. She sees the bright yellow paint that's shipping off as it glints almost in this morning light. He comes in and he smiles at her, his lips cracking from the salty air. He remarks on what a difficult night it's been, that it seemed like almost the fish were terrified to come near the net, that it seemed like no matter what he tried, nothing was being pulled in until he felt it grasp his hook. He felt something being pulled. He hasn't been able to see yet what he has caught, but he's excited to share it with her. Maggie, having first heard the news that not many have been able to bring in more fish, is excited because she can sell more than if we're the only ones to have caught any. They go and put the net out on the ground. There are a couple of fish that are almost like in a dizzying haze, just trying to gasp at that last bit of watered air before settling down. And as she pulls apart the seaweed, the crabs that scutter out as well, she gasps as well as she finds a head, a man's head, the bottom of its jaw having been ripped off almost, leaving only half of his mouth. But that's not what shocks her. She has seen many of the dead before. There have been bodies that have floated, voluminous almost, like almost stuffed with too much water, and have appeared at the shore. But each and every one of those faces have either looked incredibly dead or incredibly sad or terrified. This one in particular, even though it had a sort of horrific visage, its eyes seemed to have frozen in a look of adoration, almost like gazing upon something that you would consider almost holy or divine. And there's a sense of peace almost in this half-eaten head. As she looks at her husband, they both look at the head and they pick it up and throw it back into the sea and take the fish to sell it instead.
Fantastic. Shock. You've been shocked by this leathery attacker drawing a dagger upon you while your congregation was getting ready to perform their duties for you.
Yeah.
How are you responding to this man about to stab you?
He is attacking me with one knife that he has.
Mm-hmm.
I have two bloodied knives with me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not one to shy away from somebody who's trying to threaten me.
Mm-hmm.
Especially one as ugly as the one I'm staring at. I want to obliterate their face. How dare they show themselves in the presence of one such as I. As they're trying to stab me, I'm gonna lunge at them with both of my knives which I have in my hand into their face at the same time.
Perfect. Go ahead and give me the night move with vitality. Go ahead and describe to me what you're afraid is happening. Is going to happen if you fail.
with fail something really, really bad. It's gonna hurt my. It's gonna hurt my face instead. I might have a lasting scar on my face.
It's worse than that.
Oh no!
Not only are you going to die here, but he's going to make you ugly. So even your funeral will not be, taking away an open casket funeral from you, which would be a terrible crime for everybody to not be able to gaze upon your dead visage. So yeah.
Oh, I
go ahead and make that roll with vitality. If you wish, you can go ahead and use an item to give you advantage if you can find a way to make it work.
What items do I have? Oh, fucking! Let me check. I completely forgot about them. Oh, what about? Again, let me know if this works. Even though I'm naked, I still have all the clothes with nearby, and among these things is a cloth bandage tape. And before I would, lunge at them as they're lunging at me, I would want to throw it at them just to, make them, throw the cloth bandage at them to, sort of like either dodge it or like, be unsure of their footing or something along those lines. So, does that work? Will that give me?
Yeah, that seems sufficient.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and roll with advantage.
Okay, please. That's a 4, a 5, and a 6.
4, 5, and a 6. So that's going to be 5 and a 6.
11 plus 1 of vitality, which I have.
That's going to bring it to 12. Okay. Perfect. Go ahead and take it. Yeah, take it away as like this guy brings up a knife and tries to bring it across your face, trying to slash you. What does Ishak do to combat against this and turn it around? And like you said, destroy this man for attempting to destroy you.
So as he's trying to swipe up at my face, I immediately throw a bandage on top of it. So he, instead of trying to bat my face, he's trying to first swipe away the bandage instead. And as he's doing that, it gives me an opportunity to duck beneath it, and sort of like as he's trying to swipe it like this, I'll come between his hand and his face, and I'm going to jam those two knives up from beneath his jaw. And I'm trying to rip away the jaw from the face itself.
Yeah. Very like
a naked dude.
Yeah, exactly. Very underestimating how lithe and how deadly you are. You go ahead and you just do the nice little cut, disconnecting and loosening up those tendons, and then just with one hand, just a tug, and it just rips. And the guy's eyes roll into the back of his head, gurgling, and just collapses on the ground in front of you, blood spilling down the steps in front of you. What do you do?
As he collapses, first I'll give a little on his forehead. And then immediately I'll slither back and rip open his shirt, and I'm trying to see what all these tattoos and what are all these things on him.
What you see upon him is on his tattoos. You see those normal, like the swallow ones, and like various like sailor tattoos, different like islands or different just kind of pieces of like naval regalia that has been tattooed on his body. On his tapestry, you look on the front end section and there's nothing, and you flip him over onto his stomach and you see on his back there is his back is like almost like it's a piece of scrimshaw. It's that leathery and that kind of feeling to it. This kind of like just dense, rough texture to it.
Not
You
normal
see.
skin.
No, not normal skin at all. Almost like it has been pockmarked. That it has been like waterlogged and then dried out. That like all the sodium has been pulled from it and everything, like almost like a sponge or some barnacles that have dried up in the water. And you realize that this person has been corrupted almost. Like there are fish-like qualities given to him. As you can see that there is a tail starting to sprout. And like a dorsal fin. And that dorsal fin is interrupting a tattoo that has been tattooed across his flesh, his whole back. That you see a fish-like man rising from the water. It is a very like simple, but you see like a fish-like man, webbed fingers and claws, reaching out from the depths of the water, tattooed on his back, and you can So that is your clue.
Do I see any like a missing dorsal fin?
You see that there is no. This one, it's just starting to protrude, just starting to grow, but not missing.
Immediately, just say, "Dear followers, new plan. You're supposed to find not a man, but a monster." And I start to like crush his skull. One who looks and feels like this. Anyway, he just claps his hand. "I need to be cleaned. Come up. All your tongues on me." And
A mass of people. Glad some had drawn their own daggers and everything to protect you, but they didn't need to. You protected yourself. They start cleaning up this mess, drawing him away and everything, and you prepare to have yourself luxuriously bathed by these folks. As we pull past from that scene and we go back to Cremorne Gardens. Miss Evans, Kip has led you over to the bowling alley, where we can hear the thundering crash of bowling balls once again. We see all that bit of Americana that they didn't seem to understand. And there you can see Mr. Kip, you can see Kip Longfellow goes, "There he is, right there at the rather end. People are giving him a wide berth. He seems to be quite flummoxed. I think maybe, what I'm thinking is I can keep an eye out and make sure there's anything going on, anything kind of dodgy. And you go have a conversation with him, and if I see anything interesting, like, I'll go ahead and just swipe it real quick from him." Will?
Oh, definitely, Kip. And I look around, I know it's night, and I look at Kip. I know you can take good care of yourself, Kip, but make sure to protect yourself as well. You know, there are rumors that there's a creature hanging about in the garden, which we discussed about. So make sure if you find a fishman anywhere, let me know about it.
"Oh, don't worry, I can watch after myself. I'll give him the old 1-2 combo, I will." And goes ahead and just bounces off and blends in with the crowd. As you turn your eyes and you set onto the man that you once used to work for, Thomas Simpson, with a very pert mustache. He has thinning hair. He seems very nervous and excitable, focused on his bowling game. Seems very angry as well. He is very money focused, as you have experienced before working for him. Nothing matters except for the money that the Cremorne Gardens is pulling into him. But he seems to be having a time bowling and not doing a very good job of it at first.
Okay, so he's bowling right now in his own.
But he's by himself. Yeah.
Okay. I kind of basically joins in and I say, "Quite a night, isn't it, Mr. Simpson? It's been quite a while." And
Quite a night indeed.
I put my hand forward to kind of, say hello.
Oh, he looks over at you. He looks you up and down and goes, "Oh, yes, Miss Evans, correct?"
Of course. Mr.
Yes, he
Simpson.
used to work here for the gardens. He does not shake your hand, and he goes back to bowl, almost getting a gutter ball and only hitting 2 pins.
Playing by yourself, Mr. Simpson.
Just working off some stress. You know, I find bowling to be a perfectly invigorating sport that many do not partake in, but I am quite a fan myself. Would you like to play a game?
Oh, definitely. Even I am quite stressed from work.
I see you have no employment. Good to know, good to know.
Oh.
You're always a good employee around here, I'm certain.
I do work in Hargrave House, if you have heard of that place.
Hargrave House. Maybe near Belgrade. A hotel of some sort, if memory serves correctly.
You can kind of say that.
I know my way around the city. Well, glad to hear that you're not in the gutter. You're hard-working. It's always nice to know that people are hard-working. Why, as you know, we work very hard here in Cremorne Gardens. Our vision is so ambitious, and it's nice to know that we all have a series of workers working with us, making sure that we can meet that ambition. Did you know that our dancing platform can hold up to 4,000 people? You should be telling people that.
I didn't know that. That's quite a feat to achieve.
Absolutely, absolutely. You should go ahead and have yourself a hand at that too. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Oh, just wanted to ask about things that are happening around. I saw Abigail this afternoon. She was fine the moment I met her, but after that, something happened. Is she all right?
You see him take in like a deep breath when you mention that. Go ahead and give us the information move as you bring up Abigail and asking if there's anything going on. Go ahead and roll that with reason, because you're making intuitive, you're making some leaning into intuition and reading how he's responding and everything. And yeah, go ahead and give me the information move with 2d6 plus your reason.
I rolled out. My reason is +1. I rolled 1 and a 5, so 7.
7. All right. He looks at you. On a 7 to 9 information, there's going to be a complication with the clue itself, or a complication you encounter while searching. I'm going to let you know right now. He kind of was into what you were saying, and then he hears Abigail's name come up, and he goes, well, I will have you know right now, I do not need to be hearing any sort of nonsense about my daughter and what happened with her yesterday or anything like that coming from her mouth. I know exactly what you are and what you're doing, Miss Evans. I saw you with that gentleman that she was raving on about, that person, shock or whatever, that vision, that beauty, that angel that literally walked amongst us yesterday. I saw all about that, and I'll have you know that I don't need you or anyone else coming into this and giving us any kind of sort of guff. Understand me? And have another thing, okay? I know you had something to do with this. Get that girl that's singing that ridiculous song out by the pier out from Cremorne Gardens. I don't need anybody stirring up any of these rumors with creatures and singing little sailor hymns or anything like that. Understand?
Oh, okay. So Abigail is singing hymns.
Actually, go ahead and roll, because you have Kip, and Kip's keeping an eye on everything. Go ahead and roll another die for advantage to see. We can see if, yeah, because I did forget about Kip. You got Kip involved, and you got a really good roll with that.
I rolled a 3, so it's
A
like
3?
9 plus 1, 10. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so that brings it up to
sorry. It doesn't add.
yeah.
So 5 plus 3 is 8, then it's a 9.
Okay. I just wanted to see if you got above a 7 to 9. So it's still outcome. He's still getting all blustery and everything. And you see Kip, like, sees that you're kind of threatened, and he goes behind him.
Like, and just like I still keep like a very stern look, and I listen to him, and I just like don't respond, and I let him say whatever he's saying, and as he's saying, I'm trying to read through whatever he's blurting out right now. And apparently, I heard correctly that Abigail is singing a song. Is it?
There was a girl singing a song at the end of the
there's
pier.
a girl singing a song
Yeah.
near the pier. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a sailor hymn that she's singing.
Yes, yeah, a similar hymn that we've heard before from Kala and everything. That will be your clue, is that a girl was singing a familiar sailor hymn at the end of a pier.
Okay. And I look at him like as he stopped like blabbering, like scolding me, and I say, well, Mr. Thompson, I understand. Sorry, Simpson, I understand. We are going through a lot right now, and I just asked the question not because of rumors, but I was just concerned for Abigail, and my apologies for bringing in Isha here. He is not. He's one of my employers. You see, he's not someone that I have control over. And if I would have, I wouldn't have let him talk to Abigail. So I just want to apologize for that. But other than that, I hope the rumors that you are talking about, they do stop soon. And I hope Abigail might be feeling much better now.
Very
And
well.
as I say this, I kind of like sort of say bye, and I just like leave towards the pier. And before going to pier, I kind of going to like ask Kip like if he can still do something for me, and to kind of sneak up to like where Theodore is and see what he is doing and let me know if he can do that. And I kind of like tell him that he's there, he's eating food or something and enjoying the party.
Absolutely, miss. I'll go ahead and keep my eyes out and everything, I will. I'm glad that Mister didn't get his neck on you. I almost bopped him right over the head. I just would have wrapped him up and I would have tossed him in the river, I would.
I know, Kip, you're such a help. It's always, I always feel grateful to have you by my side. And I kind of like give him a coin, like a penny or two, like just have something around from here if you like to eat. And yeah, I just like head towards the pier.
Perfect. As we head towards the pier, we'll follow along you. Let's have the camera focus back on Theo. Theo, that vitality roll that you made earlier, can you remind me what your result was for that?
That was a 12.
A 12. You go ahead and you are imbibing and you are drinking and just enjoying the general vibe of everything and just like getting yourself caught up in the moment, to the point that you kind of lose track of time. But go ahead and take the condition well fed. This is a positive condition. So at any point, if you wish, you can go ahead and spend that condition to give yourself advantage on a roll, because you have ingested plenty of food, you had just enough drink, like you're in a good frame of mind, you're in a good state. As James is like, all right, are you ready to to go do a little bit of mudlarking?
Well, of course. Where to? Lead the way.
I'll go ahead and take you right on down to the beach. As we can see this overhead shot of our dear Miss Evans making her way to the pier, and then we can see Theo and Whistler making their way to the beach. You step down onto the beach. Whistler drunkenly takes his shoes off and pulls his socks off, and you can see that he's digging his toes in the sand. He goes, "Always much easier than putting shoes on and trying to walk through this. You should try it, really."
I think I'm okay with my shoes on.
Alright, well, we're looking for Abel, right? So let's kind of keep our eyes peeled and everything. There's some footprints right there. We can go ahead and follow along. That's probably him. Why don't you go ahead, as you're keeping your eye out for Abel here, why don't you go ahead and give me a night move with reason to see if you can keep track of or catch trail of where he's going or where he's been. What are you afraid is going to happen if you if you fail this roll?
I think in the dark, I'm just going to get lost and I'm not going to be able to find my way back.
Perfect. It's worse than that. You're going to find yourself walking into, let's just say, a den of these little fish creatures. And essentially, you're going to be well fed. You're going to help them become well fed.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So this is adding my.
This is going to be adding your reason. Yeah.
Oh my. That is still a 12.
Damn.
I know the sixes are given. Like Kush and I haven't gotten any bad rolls, and that's why we've not been able to use any muscles.
That's gonna jinx it now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Because as you're walking and everything, you're just kind of taking in like the river smell and everything, and you're walking along this coastline, and it's weird that this American has his toes out because, as we all know, like the Thames and like what it goes out to is not very pleasant. But you know, white people, especially Americans, they love to put their toes in the sand, even if it's awful. He is just like taking in, and he's stretching across. And in the distance, in the moonlight, as you're getting away from like all the twinkling lights and the noise and everything, you can see a shape in the distance. It seems to be lurching. It's almost like a person that's like lurching, walking away wearing a coat. And you can feel it just instinctually going, I think that might be him. And Whistler goes, that's his coat right there. Abel! Hey, Abel! Go ahead, Abel! As he starts running to track down Abel, what do you do?
I try to say don't shout. We can't
You
give
say
ourselves away.
don't shout. And Abel stops. And you step on something. As you're following these footsteps and everything, you feel a crunch, and you look under, and go ahead and take the clue. Oily fish scales. And as you have stepped into a collection of like shedded oily fish scales, as Abel stops and turns, and you see almost like a flounder, this like kind of like oily fishy skin, and this grotesque dorsal fin growing out from this jacket that he was wearing. And this massive, almost like hybrid fish man face with big bulging eyes and these gasping lips just doing that fish do all the time. And you can see that there are just razor sharp spiny teeth back behind it, as these clawed fingers reach out, and Abel starts stumbling towards you. You have found the fish creature. You have found a clue as well. What do you do, Theo?
So, when it comes to weapons, a sword,
Mhm.
a blade, a gun, pretty easy to understand what they do. But I chose a tome of spells. How do I, mechanically speaking, choose what my spells can do?
It would be like it would be kind of like flavor because you don't have specific spells, so to speak. So it would kind of be like describing what you pull from the. How do you utilize this tome of spells as a weapon, essentially?
Okay. Right. So I just after seeing this creature, I still don't completely believe that this is a monster. It could still be a human in a costume, right? So not using lethal force from the get-go. Take the book out, flip a few pages, and start reading out an incantation. As I'm reading those words out, the sand under this creature's foot starts to shake and almost starts to become like a quicksand kind of thing. And I want the sand, their legs to like get grasped into the sand, and so they stop moving towards me.
Perfect. Miss Evans, you hear somebody saying, Abel, Abel, and it's Whistler. And as you're on the pier, you can look down towards this beach, and you see this fish creature in the moonlight lurching towards Theo. You see Theo with his grimoire out, going ahead and conjuring and the sand moving. What are you doing?
As I see this happening in front of me, I find the shortest way to reach the beach, and I basically take out the sock that I had full of coins and stones, and I even take out and I look for Kip as well. I'm a little concerned because I sent him to look out for Theo, so I'm just a little concerned that if Kip is not near that fish creature, and I run as fast as I can towards these people.
Perfect. I need both of you. Go ahead, Miss Evans. Go ahead and give me a vitality roll with the night move. As you're making your way, roll with advantage. Not only because you have Kip, who is lurking in the shadows, but because you are directly trying to help your employer. So roll 2 and roll 3, pick the 2 highest. Theo, go ahead and roll the night move for me with sensitivity as you are conjuring these spells to take on this fish creature. What are you both afraid is going to happen if you fail your roll?
Yeah, this thing's gonna eat me alive.
Yeah.
It's worse than that. It's going to eat you, and then it's going to probably turn you into a fish creature, along with this handsome American artist. What about you, Miss Evans?
Oh, damn.
I think my worst fear is that this guy is gonna die. Theo is gonna die, and my family is bonded to his family, and if something happens to him, it's gonna be. You can say that it happens to me as well in some way, shape, or form. So if he dies, it means I die. This sort of situation.
Yeah, essentially, your career is over with. As you know, you as a person is.
I don't have an identity anymore.
Perfect. All right. We'll go ahead and get the revelations of those moves here in a little bit as we go on over to Kala. Kala, you wake up. And you're in a murky cave. It seems you can hear water nearby, whether it be like a river or something, you can hear it lapping against something. That presence is with you, that entity is with you. Starts walking. We never see it fully in focus, we just see drowned hair clinging towards pallid skin, black veins being shown. Come along. As you're wandering through, walking through, you see this cave. You see collections of spherical objects collected in little pools of briny water. At first you're like, are those billiards balls? Snooker balls? And as you get closer, you can see that there's something swirling inside of them. You make your way through these halls as you can feel shapes. You can't really see through the dark, but you can feel shapes brushing past. You come to an opening, a pool of water, as this entity slips itself in without any effort. You feel yourself being pulled along as you get pulled under this water, almost against your effort. You can feel the water fill your lungs and everything. That choking feeling, but you just won't drown. That continuously choking feeling as you're pulled through this water, through tunnels, until it opens up into a room. You can see that there are a number of creatures that look almost like a hybrid of shark and man, curled up, nestled up within each other. There being one with intense spines standing over a table. You can see this man wearing a jacket. He's grizzled, he's missing an eye, he has a briny smell, he's covered in tattoos. And you can see this creature holding up this spherical object that has it swirling and pushes it into his mouth and holds it closed. The man tries to choke it back up but can't and swallows. And then you see a wriggling. The creature that you're looking at is massive. It has spines growing out. It almost seems like an urchin, like a sea urchin itself. Upon its brow, spines nestled like crowns. A space where a dorsal fin used to be, but had been ripped off, almost in like a fight or something. You can see there's claw marks. You see this man, who we know as the audience is Abel, scrounging around, coughing up water, as just briny water seeping from his eyes and his ears and his mouth, coughing it up and it continuously flowing and not being able to stop. Until finally you can see his body cracking and changing and forming, gills starting to grow off of his sides as he rips his clothes, nothing but his jacket being left in tatters, as you can see scales, flounder-like eyes growing from his bulbous body, and then a mouth with sharp teeth, hissing. The rest of the creatures rear their heads up and all hiss in unison, as it pushes past and runs and dives right through you into the pool of water, and you feel yourself pulled back. Almost like somebody has pulled your dunked head from a tub, and you sling your head back and your hair back, and you are drenched in water. And you look around and the candles have gone out in the room. And you look into your hand, and the clue that you recover from this is a small orange egg, much like a sea creature's egg.
Could I try conversing with it?
Conversing? I would say at the end of this, like as you're looking around the room, that entity is no longer there.
No, I mean with the creature in the egg.
It is just like a tadpole.
Got it.
It's just like a little swirling thing with just like big bulbous eyes that's just kind of swirling around.
Almost peep back at the shadow and say, how interesting wouldn't it be if I were to swallow this and turn into the creature itself? I wonder, would I always have to look like a fish thing? Or would I be able to morph like one of those were people to be able to shift between forms anytime I choose? But this, right now, is it just a means of changing myself? Am I just going to be a vessel to it? Or do I treat it like a child? Would it be able to grow without a host for itself? Must tell the others. Let's tell them where the creature is at. And she holds this thing and kind of wraps it gently almost in a cloth and then puts it in that jar of slime, hoping that it keeps it a little cold. And then goes to look for Ishak. The times that she has followed them, just in need for some excitement, they have taken her to some very, very interesting places. So she tries her luck, trying to find them in one of their frequent haunts and lead them, perhaps, to this new mystery that what they thought was a hoax is actually quite real.
Perfect. Mon, will you go ahead and read the next prompt of Billingsgate Fish Market for us before we do a little bit of wrapping up on this night phase?
Mhm. So, can you hear me, by the way?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, Bridget McKenna is a kitchen maid, one of the first customer to arrive at the market. As she moves between the stalls, how do we see she is desperate to impress her master? Well, you can see Bridget is eyeing at everything in the market. She's looking at each and every stall, going through each and every vendor and asking for the best things that she can get. She gets the fish, the veggies, and everything. And eventually she tells herself that her master is going to like this so much. She's going to prepare the best meal for him like she always does. As she heads to her home, you see that she starts to cook. She put the pot and the pan, the water, the vegetables, and she seared the fish. As she is cooking, she is talking to herself, telling herself again and again that her master is going to like this. It's going to be the best meal of his life. And as we look at her cooking, the camera pans a little away towards the door. And the door is little ajar. And you can see a man sitting on the chair. And a lot of meals are right there in front of him. And you can see some of them are rotting. And suddenly the camera shifts to his face. And you can see a man completely sitting there with lifeless eyes. Seems to be grayish of skin. It seems like he's not moving anymore.
Perfect. We cut back to the beach. This fish creature lurching towards Theo, Miss Evans making a strike to help Theo, conjuring sand to grab this creature. What did each of you roll?
I
rolled,
rolled, by the way. I'm just telling.
I rolled a 9, but can I use my mask?
Yeah, let's go ahead and You rolled a 9. What did you roll, Miss Evans?
I rolled 11 and it's a vitality, so +1, I believe, so 12.
12. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, what we see as you two are striking towards this creature, trying to gather the sand. Theo, you go ahead and grab the creature with the sand. It lurches out, but it gets one arm free. Miss Evans, you also then notice as Whistler is like, oh my god, oh what, good heavens, stumbles back, falls into the beach, falls into the water. You see Miss Evans come out of nowhere and crack this creature across the side of its head splitting open, its eye going a little bit loose. And then, but it hisses at Miss Evans and pushes her back, and it goes ahead and tries to take a swipe at you again, Theo. But we see as its claws are coming down upon you, time stops. You're about to put on a mask. Which one are you putting on?
Mask of the past.
Perfect.
Narrate a flashback to your childhood that shows the first hunt you went on and what about it disturbed you. So, if I may weave the present as well into this. As soon as the attack is approaching Theo, he says the incantations, but those words almost echo into disappearance. And with those with those words disappearing away, we almost pan up to the sky. And then when we pan back down, it is much darker. That night, under a moonless sky, my father handed me the stone. The one passed from Inglewood to Inglewood. Its pages filled with ancient spells meant to bind and banish darkness of creatures. I was just a child, trembling under the weight of that book. It wasn't just as heavy on my hands, it was heavy on my soul, as if the burden of all those who came before me was pressing down on my shoulders. I thought I was holding a book of power, a weapon of knowledge to protect the world from the things that lurk in the shadows. But when I spoke those words, the ones etched in ink and blood, and watched that thing die, something inside me broke. As I stared into its eyes, they seemed to bleed, to remember. And that's when I realized something. I thought it was a tool to protect the world from monsters. But that night, I learned that our legacy is far darker. We're not slaying monsters, we're becoming them. Piece by piece, spell by spell, soul by soul. Every incantation we cast, every life we take, strips away a part of our humanity, leaving behind something twisted and cold. The real curse isn't the creatures we hunt, it's the monsters we turn into in the process. And as that scene unfolds, we come back to the present. And you see this magic Theo wields. It's not showy at all. There are no sparks flying off the book. There's no light. There's no evocation of any kind. But as the camera sort of pans in to Theo's chest, almost like an X-ray vision, you see his heart starts to beat ever so slightly slower. And there already are a lot of dark black veins sort of gripping the heart. They grow a little bit more, grasping his heart as the spell takes effect and the creature is tied down by sand.
Perfect. We see that correct. Miss Evans, go ahead. The time stops, and it's just a moment, Theo, that you experience this. And it comes back, and Miss Evans rounds about and bashes this thing in, and then Theo, with the sand, you go ahead and grab it and pull it down, and you can hear it sputtering, it's gurgling as it's choking on the sand until finally the sand grains are just perforated with blood that leaks up to the top as there's a crunch. Whistler looks over at you and goes, Zoological Society?
Of sorts.
Wow. Wow. I didn't expect that. Okay. Fair enough.
As the creature pushed Miss Evans, I'll go help her out. And ask her, are you okay? I did not mean to put you in this harm, so
My whole job is to keep an eye on you and keep you safe.
yeah, I didn't expect
Not,
the monster to attack you.
I mean, you work with the monster and I'm supposed to protect you, so it comes with the job description, if I would say. You don't need to care about me that much.
If you say so. But you were right. This does not seem to be a human. As I try to rip it, I'm trying to pull at its chin, take the mask off. Go ahead, say it.
I told you so.
I think with that, there's no better way for us to button into this night phase with our last prompt of our unseen.
Yeah.
We have a paint the scene. Before dawn has broken, the market is already bustling. Describe a moment in which the loud, messy industry of the market reflects that of London as a whole. And this, we're going to start with Aman.
The first thing that any person, when the scene is painted, will notice is there is a constant struggle going on between two sides. One is the exploiter, and the other is the exploited. Whether they can be in any situation, a rich person can be the exploited, while the person who's selling their food or wares, they can be the exploiter. Some exploitation is good and should be done, while some shouldn't be. And that's the first thing that the whole scene in its wide shot encompasses, this constant struggle between power over one another. And I guess sorry for breaking out of character at the moment, but this is separate from where our characters are, right?
Yes.
Then I'm done.
Perfect. Okay.
Um,
Perfect. Next.
It's something that's supposed to represent London as a whole. So, as the market is becoming more and more lively, as more and more people are coming in, just like the shop of fish and chips, there are a few more stalls that are being set up right now. And to cook, they need fire, and for fire, they need coal. And so, a barrel wheel full of coal is brought in with its iron wheels squeaking over to a shop. This one shopkeeper hands over a couple of notes of cash to this person who's brought the coal over, and but then the person who has brought it says, "Nah, son, these are from Europe. You're gonna have to pay extra customs for this." And they get more money, and because it's from outside, it's from Europe. It's not from. They're not part of EU anymore, or yet in that case. So they pay extra customs for that and keep going on with their life.
Perfect.
I imagine it's French. That's why they're charging extra customs.
Excellent. All right. Well, with that, we have come to the end of our night phase. Let us go ahead and do a little bit of collecting, some wrapping up. We'll see how our hunting goes. Let's go ahead and move on to our dawn phase now, though. So, let's go ahead and answer a dawn. Let's go ahead and before we answer dawn questions or anything like that, would we like to resolve by answering a question? Resolve this threat by answering a question.
Yeah.
We did answer. It was wrong.
But we've got our final. If it is real, what does the creature want? We have collected a number of clues: a ring of keys for Cremorne Gardens found on a rich lady, scrimshaw-like skin with a tattoo of a fisherman rising from the water, oily fish scales, a girl singing a sailor's hymn at the end of a pier, and a small orange fish egg. What? Yes.
My nightmare was supposed to give me an extra clue.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because you went alone. So let's go ahead and stay. Ooh, it's a good one there. Abel. Let's go ahead and say for your clue, Abel was turned into a fish creature. Abel was turned into a fish creature. I think that's a good, kind of can give some context there for that.
Okay, we have one more clue than last time. We can make this work now.
Exactly. You can get all kinds of bonuses. So y'all kind of want to discuss there while I get set up for our ending and everything like that. What do you think the answer to that question is? If it is real, what does the creature want?
I think they wanted to turn human society into fish people. Just like a dominant species.
Yeah, I think they were just reproducing. But no, I think, this is a way they reproduce, but at the same time, someone is behind all this who's making sure that these fish creatures sort of eventually take over London, slowly attacking people and turning them into fish creatures.
So the egg is what, when people consume it, then they become fish creatures? That's what you saw?
Yes, I did see a sort of underwater cave, and the main fish person, the one whose dorsal fin you found to, they were taking these little egg sacs with this tadpole in it and inserting it into the mouths of people they had captured. And it barely takes a couple of seconds, but they start to change immediately. It does not seem like they maintain or regain their consciousness. So it does make me wonder the one that was planning all this out, capturing people and putting the eggs in, human hosts, how are they able to regain their senses? How are they able to talk so eloquently? Because they did stand behind me almost when I was reaching out to them. They did converse to me in words I did understand, and none of those words were confused. I wonder if, like how you mentioned, Miss Evans, whether this is just a means of reproduction or perhaps creating an army of those willing to follow without question.
Also, the sailor's hymn is, I believe, a way to kind of like a siren song, like it kind of lure people in, and eventually they capture them, and then they feed them those eggs and turn them into fish creatures.
Yeah, you did seem to go towards the person singing the hymn. Oddly.
No, I was going to the pier because I heard that there's a person who's singing hymn there. So we might find more clues.
Is this hymn found in the Book of Hymns?
I would say
Is there anything we could find out about it in the?
I think it might be the same one.
No. Like, I mean, maybe the book mentions the hymn. It has the words of the hymn, and in the next page it explains what it means, its origin, something like that.
Who saw the book?
I'm guessing we only have to decide that, right?
Yeah. That would be something that y'all could all decide together.
Yeah,
I think that sounds pretty cool. Yeah, I think that sounds pretty cool. Got it.
yeah. So I'll basically ask Kala that you saw the book in your vision. What did you see exactly?
the song as well, it did speak of the sea being greater than land as well, but it spoke about a union, a way to bring two different bodies, two different people almost together, to join them in a way of song and sea. It spoke of a transformation to become a higher being, to transcend in these tides and turn into something that could traverse between both. But the way that the song itself is positioned is more like almost a love ballad, almost like a song of adoration, something to say that I have sighted thee who can sing, who will bring me and turn me into one of thee. And in those terms, it sounds more like something that you would like at Shark, a song of obsession over turning into something that you desire to be with every waking moment.
So something like the love between the sea and the land, making little sea monster babies.
It could be looked at that way. I definitely do think it comes from an age-old desire of hearing the siren song and wanting to be with the siren, and not being able to survive underwater, but finding a way to do so, to be with them forever.
And so sailors would not devise, but maybe find these eggs and consume them to be able to be with these eggs.
To be honest, Theodore, I do feel like it is a bit of a scam. I do feel like people are promised becoming a superior being, but it's just a lure, something to make you mindless almost. And it makes me wonder back to that captain, back to the man on the ship, whether he is perhaps a mastermind behind this, has devised a way to utilize the fish people to create a little army that he does not need to directly control, but inevitably does have control over.
Lieutenant Flag, their name was?
Yes, Vice Admiral Flag.
Yeah.
I
I
didn't
think
Okay.
that's
Yep.
plausible.
So, what about the keys?
Keys in the garden is the way to. Well,
Who was the rich lady that we found? That you found it on?
we didn't find the lady, but I think this is the gardens is quite a good ground to get people who you want to turn into fish creatures. It is near the waters, so it's. I think they must have used a key to get inside the gardens to track the place, find the places where they can lure people, find the place where they can sing the song and basically turn people around and bring into the dark areas of the garden. And to
But
do that,
I-
they need to scout it first.
I remember you did mention that your urchin said that the lady whom he found the keys on was like not responding properly or something like that.
He was not someone who should have those keys. Her appearance was of more or less of a dancer, but the keys didn't belong to her in some
Did
ways.
she also have any scales, perhaps? Or was she just paid, like the Vice Admiral just paid her
That's,
to get
that's something that never. It was Kip brought it off of her, grabbed them off of her. So it's free for Miss Evans to recontextualize as little as many to make them work into the
Yeah.
theory.
I would say that Vice Admiral is basically trying to lure people from the gardens because it's a good ground to get people, as it is near the water body itself, and it's easier to take away people from there to the underwater cave. And to do that, he might have basically hired people to do his bidding, and she is just one of them who basically might use her charms and her she basically use her tactics to grab the attention of the people and basically bring them to the dark corners of the garden itself, and eventually there they get captured and taken away by the water. And she is seen near the pier itself because pier is very close to the beach and beach is very close to the water, so it's easier to bring people there and then take them away. And I guess that's why she have the keys, because somehow the admiral managed to have the keys so they can scout the area first, see which place is better ground for them to use.
I like that. Makes sense.
And I do
Okay.
believe that we were followed because my secret place was infiltrated. Thankfully, I took care of it myself.
Did a
But
fish
the-
creature attack you as well?
It wanted to destroy my face.
So the fish creature that attacked you was not. It was a fish and it entered the area? How was that?
Well, I don't believe that that person was completely a fish at that point, but they certainly had enough features about them and tattoos about creatures of fish with webbed hands rising above the water, and some tattoos which would probably denote them that they were sailors themselves.
To be fair, if they could transform you, they would have the easiest way to like transform a bunch of people in the city. I think you are a target, like a planned target.
Could be, since I do have a lot of followers. And it would be easy if I was in their control to control the rest of the populace. Since, I would be the most beautiful of the fish creatures themselves. Mermaids won't even hold a candle to me.
Yeah,
So with this,
wouldn't light underwater.
so with this, we've determined motorcycle. So with this, we've determined that this fish creature, this one that we saw in your vision, was utilizing some of these other fish creatures, these hybrids, to go out and bring people using these key rings, lulling people to this little cove, this cave that Kala saw, to ingest them with these fish eggs, transform them, and to get them out amongst the populace as a way to spread, to take over, to start this kind of like this next wave of Homo superior fish type of creature, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go ahead and let's get somebody to roll 2d6 with a +2 because we have explained all of our clues available to see if we are correct in this theory.
Who should roll?
Not me this time.
Go
Please.
for it, Ashok.
Sure. That's a 12 plus 2.
Oh, 14.
I
That's
rolled,
good.
I rolled 2 6s.
Oh, lovely.
Perfect. So because of this,
I swear I'll share a photo.
No, I play the honor system by my game, so I'm right there with you. I'm with it. So with a 12 plus, go ahead and you all together take narrative control of this opportunity to take out this fish creature. Typically, we would do this during a phase of play, whether it's the day or the night phase. Typically, it'd be the night phase. But for now, since we don't have time, this is our last session, we're trying to wrap up and everything like that. Go ahead and work together to kind of culminate what it looks like. How does Hargrave House deal with these fish creatures? What is the plan of attack? How does it look? What happens? How do you each contribute? And I'll throw in some stuff to spice it up there. And also, because we got a 12 plus on our theorize, there'll be a little bit something special that I can leave y'all with as well.
First of all, I'll definitely leverage my network of devotees and who are all over the place. They range from the poorest of the poor to the richest of the rich, to even royalty. So I will leverage whatever I can to take them out forever, since my life is in danger. And if my life is in danger, then their life is in danger.
Perfect. Yeah, let's take setting the scene. We see this hole in the ground, this cave that's off near the River Thames, near the harbor. As you approach, we have these. Are y'all even stepping into the cave yourselves to hunt? Or are you just allowing Ishak's followers just to run in and just see what they can do?
I have an idea.
Okay.
Ishak's followers standing outside the cave with pitchforks and whatever weapons they have. And
Torches.
Witches?
Torches.
Torches, right. Okay.
Torches.
And they're still doing the night raid. Still doing the night raid.
Yeah.
Cool, perfect. The moon is full, and with the moon, the waves are rising higher than usual. It is high tide. And capitalizing on this, Theo, I read incantations of the book once again. The heart starts to beat a little slow. A blackened wine starts to grip the heart a little low. None of you know this, but it's happening. And the tides rise higher and higher and higher as they begin to shape into almost like a tendril of sorts of water. Those tendrils sort of go inside the cave, scoop these people right out in front of all your followers. It basically like cleans up the whole cave.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
And now they're right here for yours to stab.
How is Miss Evans and Kala contributing to this? As we see Theo is working and Ashok's followers are just taking their daggers to these people, like to these fish creatures and everything. What are y'all doing?
You see, Miss Evans is like never going to hold back from a good fight. And you see, even she have, no, I wouldn't say followers, but she have a network as well of people who help her, and in return she helps them, and they are also there among the people Ishak have brought. And you can see some of them are basically watching from sideline and kind of cheering for Miss Evans, and some of them who are good enough and fight are there right there with Miss Evans, and Miss Evans using her sock and stones and basically breaking those fish bones, and just like right there in the center, and this is how she's basically contributing right now.
Perfect.
So,
Perfect.
don't hate me for this, guys. But Kala, her voice is talking and comforting tortured undead souls. And while the three of them are banding together to get rid of these possessed fish people, Kala is going to walk over to another side almost of the cove, a point where she feels like the water breaks to be able to release itself into the ocean. And there she's going to sing the same ballad that the fish person was singing, to kind of find a way for the main person who's been like changing everyone else, whose name we haven't gotten yet and we don't know anything about, for them to be led out instead. And if she were to see them, she would say, all you were making was a school, an army, but you sing such a song of love and longing. Would you not prefer to look for a mate instead? Someone to stay in the sea with you? Do you really need these senseless little fry? And if she were to see them, right now when the sun is so high that it almost dissipates the shadow behind her, she says, I wonder if your vessel were to be filled with another, would you have enough space to control it like you'd want to? And she's gonna swallow the tadpole egg.
Damn, that was going to be
Can
the
I-
trophy.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, as you swallow it, again, I'm not in the the pitchfork scene. As I don't sully myself with all of these kinds of, I have people who do it for me. As you swallowing it, Ishak would just walk behind you and say, when I was being attacked, I had a fear that I would be destroyed, my beauty would be soiled forever. At the same time, I heard something. I heard a heartbeat in my mind, which complemented my own, beating in rhythm together. Do you know, I I take comfort in comforting those who are dying. It's not something I've spoken to anyone about. It's not something I particularly need to talk about to anyone anyhow, but the heartbeat that I heard, I felt that it was yours. And I don't know what you're doing. I cannot fathom why you should be doing this in the first place, but if you go ahead, just know that one of those heartbeats will wail in agony forever. And I just come and sit beside you.
My dear Al-Shirazi, my heartbeat hasn't been my own even before I was born. This haunting has been with me as far as I can remember, even before the first bits of me were formed. This thing, this creature, it lives by itself out in the ocean, barely being seen by anyone. Yet someone prompted it out from its warm, watery comfort to come and haunt those on land itself, to turn some of us. Unfortunately, the endeavor has ended quite mindlessly. But I wonder, if I were to drive out this evil force from within me, and instead change myself, change this vessel, would they no longer be able to haunt me anymore? That thing, that creature, I wish to know its name.
Go ahead then. If you want to choose this path so badly.
Just promise me, if I were to rule instead of drawl, if I were to lose the light in my eyes, if I did not scream in agony at night, if I did not scream in pleasure anymore as well, if I am to be nothing but mindless. And she takes the switchblade from out of her pocket and gives it to you. Slice me open like the fish I've become.
I take the switchblade and the hand that you're holding it with, give it a little kiss, take the switchblade. It would be my pleasure.
In the dawn of a new light, Ella is going to swallow this little fish egg and see whether she can control the tadpole.
And I think as we see that, these two making that motion, we pull back from this scene on the beach.
One last thing. In the beach. As this is happening parallelly along the battlefront of side of things, as the sun is rising, the creatures are one by one being killed, and the cave has been emptied out. As sun rises behind Theodore, Miss Evans approaches him, sees that his nose bleeds out, and he collapses in her arms. He says, always hurt people who love me, who cared for me, push them away until they hated me. I lie, distance myself, and whenever they reach out, I lash out. It's all because I'm a coward, too scared. They'd see the real me, the hollow, broken me. So I broke them first. And now all I've got are ghosts of what could have been, reminding me that I'm not worth saving. You have been the only one that has stuck around. And you feel moisture on your shoulders. As I said, never leave my side. It's-
As you say this, you see she doesn't have any word to say right now. She cannot explain what she's feeling. But you see there is a drop of tear that falls down of her eye, and she holds your hand. And as you say this, she just hold you close. And she says, I knew it already. And someone had to stay by you. And as she say this, she basically take that book that you have, take it out of your grasp, and throw it away into the waters, not knowing what will happen. She knows that this is the reason why you are here lying in her arms. And she wants to keep you far away from it now.
And Theo passes out in your arms.
You're
And I
on
think
mute.
this is a good time. Yeah, I think this is a good time for us to peel back, pull away as we're seeing this. Maybe one day we'll see how this all ends, how it culminates, how it changes. But until then, this has been The Between. Let us go ahead and do our dawn questions. So I'm going to go down list by the hunters, and we'll see how, if you do level up, what experience you gain and everything. And then we'll do our stars, wishes, and feelings, and then we can go ahead and head out for the day. Perfect. All right. So hunters. Did the hunters answer a question? Yes, you did. You can go ahead and mark that on each of your sheets. Did the hunters resolve a threat? You did. You can go ahead and mark that on each of your sheets. Did anybody experience an echo in the night? That's if something in the unseen matched what was happening to your character during the session.
Yes, but I kind of did that on purpose. Does that count?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Did it
So
happen
what I
to me?
tried
No, I
was I was in a painting, and then the guy I spoke about felt like a background character in someone else's painting.
Yes. Yeah.
So I could do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, so you go ahead and mark that one. The factotum. Miss Evans, did you engage in a petty reprisal of someone who angered your employer?
Yes, I think I did.
You can go ahead and mark that one. Did you ensure your employer got credit for your triumphs?
I mean, how do I say this? I guess it would have been his name only, in his name, whatever I did. So,
Go ahead and mark it. All right, moving on to the undeniable. Did you let someone touch you and then make them pay a price for doing so?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Price.
Yeah. Did you secretly show a vulnerable side to someone?
Yeah, you
I think
just
I did. Yeah.
Yeah, at the end, you got it in there at the end of that little ending point there. Perfect. Go ahead and mark that one. For our vessel, did you have a face-to-face encounter with a dark entity?
Would I count the fish person
Yes.
as a dark?
Yeah, and then also the right. Yeah. Did you counsel someone using your supernatural affinities as the basis for that advice?
I don't know. I mean, I did have a sort of feel-good time with Greco, but would that be considered counseling?
I would say sure. I think that I think that would count. Yeah. Yeah, it fits the parameters technically.
Awesome. Echo of the Night, I don't think I did.
Perfect. Okay, and then finally for our legacy, did you tell someone why their plans were poorly made?
I really wanted to, but no one had plans except
Oh, okay.
except for what are your plans? Cancel them.
Yeah. Did you taste someone or something else's blood, sweat, or other bodily fluids?
I think so.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. Perfect. So you would go ahead and mark. I think y'all each got 4 of those marks. So you would go ahead and mark 4 XP. So you would be 1 away from leveling up, each of you, if we ever play this in the future. Before we go, let's go ahead and go through our stars, wishes, and feelings. Each of you give me a star, something that you really liked from this session. Give me a wish, something that you want to experience playing this game again down the line, hopefully, or running it yourself. And then just how you're feeling, and then we can go ahead and wrap up there.
My stars definitely like Mon failing that first check and turning our hoax into an actual threat. That is my favorite moment. Wishes. Oh my gosh! I wish I rolled bad enough to get a mask once. I was trying so hard. Also, I rolled only twice, and each time I rolled above 11, I was like, no, I wouldn't fail these rules. So next time, I'm looking forward to a lot of failure.
You can still use a mask, no? You can still make it above 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was like I rolled 11 and then I have a +2, so it was above a 12 both times. I was like, Kala was not caving at all.
Perfect. Excellent.
Yeah, my star is also how naturally the whole we think it's a hoax, but it's actually real happened. That moment was great. And a wish would be I think I pretty much enjoyed everything. I don't know what to wish for.
Yeah, I am going to take this experience to keep the party together more often though.
I think my star would be how connected our story was eventually, that we were easily able to came up with a whole story. It was we were able to use all the clues at the same time, and it was very nice that it all laid out perfectly, whatever we were telling each other, and eventually it laid out perfectly to create the story of this fish creature looking for someone like him, and the whole story came out very perfectly. And I think all of us did a very good job with each of our character. I would say in the ending, both Kush and Kumi basically eventually kind of had a complete character journey within these 2 sessions. So I think I would like to give them star for that as well. My wish would be to play this story again, the Creature in the Cremorne Gardens, and see how it is completely different from what we did today. And I guess what was the last thing is what else we like I think I liked each and every player interaction, not just with each other, but with the DM itself, and how we basically came up with all the good things with whatever you gave us to work with. So I think that was nice.
Agreed.
Stars, everyone's RP, top notch, like amazing. Even the side characters, they had so much depth to them. I loved it so much. Stars, another star is actually the first time experiencing us trying to decide, okay, what's actually the thread, like actually us theorizing and making it the truth of this world. This is the first time me experiencing it, apart from like some other games like Candle Obscura, for example. But even that doesn't have this sort of thing going on, which was so cool to experience with the rest of them. Wishes, I not really much, apart from like I really wanted us to have more scenes together. So yeah, I guess towards the end, this could have easily stretched to another session easily.
Yeah. That's the beauty of the game itself, is that it really you can have more of those character moments and everything. Playing it for longer and everything, it does lend itself to longer play.
Because I had so many ideas. Okay, this is what Ishak can do next. This is what Ishak feels. This is what Ishak wants to do actually. And totally fair that we did not have enough time. But definitely in a longer state of play, I would definitely love to explore more of.
Yeah, I know, Wes. I'm excited to play your adventure when it comes out, and perhaps if everyone's willing, come back with these characters, because I really want to delve into a lot more background stuff as well. But thank you, Aman. At that end, it was just without making that vulnerable move. It was still a lot of fun to just have that sort of interaction with you, because I know both of us were a bit I think this session both of us were off doing our own things, so it was really nice to have
I wanted to have more scenes together. Definitely.
Point actually, Aman, you picked the undeniable, and from going from somebody that can be worshipped to, first the moment was with Miss Simpson, and then getting everyone to lick the blood off you. It's just wow, it's just so cinematic imagining all of that,
It's so grossly horrific. I loved it.
Yeah, it was really cool. I love how you went from worship me to what worship looks like, and that was really cool.
So Aman also said that definitely not enough time, but I just want to say the pace management of the game, commendable,
really
amazing. You knew when to stop us, when to move us along. All of that.
Seriously, all stars to your GMing.
Yeah,
it's amazing. I'm picking up cues from you now.
I know. Even thinking back to the whole session, also just the number of scenes with the number of interactions has just been tremendous. In the just 2 sessions, it's been very impactful.
Yeah.
That's my goal the entire time, is I want people to kind of feel like what they're doing matters, and also I want it to, I also with 1-shots and 2-shots, I will always leave on a cliffhanger. I will not try to kind of button them up completely and everything, because it's the P.T. Barnum school of leave them wanting more. You always want somebody to come back and everything. But no, it means a lot. You all played your characters wonderfully. I love how even after 2 sessions, how well thought out they were. A lot of good rolls, a lot of good big swings, a lot of using of masks, good theorizing as well. Y'all really I can't wait to see what y'all take with this game, and take it even if we play or don't play down the line again, and I hope we do. I can't wait to see what y'all do with your own tables, and what you all bring to this game, and what you add to it and everything. That's truly the beauty of it, is that seeing it kind of spread, and seeing what people take with it. So yeah, and I hope I get to play with you all again. And thank you so much for having me.
Oh, yeah.
I've had such a great time.
Thank you.
Same,
man.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to be thinking about this for quite some time. Been a lot of fun. Before
Excellent.
we head out, any shout outs from anyone? Anybody want to say anything?
Yeah.
Any parties coming up?
Yeah, I can go ahead and just let you know if you want to. If you're seeing this in the future, hello, follow me on Twitter, Blue Sky, all that stuff at Comfort Carrion. It's Carrion Comfort, carrion-comfort.com for my website. I am doing a ton of stuff with the Gauntlet, we're getting ready for the Between Kickstarter. So go ahead and check that out. Or the backer kit, pardon me. I am learning all the different kind of crowdfunders. The backer kit, but you can go ahead and check out the backer kit. And learn more about that and learn more about the Between. The original version before our backer kit version is available for pay what you want on DriveThruRPG. All of the stuff that I use to run the game is for pay what you want. So go ahead and check it out, grab it, share it with your friends, tell all your friends about it, play it as well. Also, you can follow me on Itch. It's Carrion Comfort. It's carrioncomfort.itch.io where I have games releasing. I have a first bite edition of a game that I'm working on called Come On In, which is True Detective meets Salem's Lot. It is a game for 3 people, a keeper and 2 players. The 2 players play detectives solving a murder case in a small Louisiana town, and they find out that there are vampires involved eventually. And so it's very investigative, very grimy, very gritty, very it doesn't pull any punches. So go ahead and check it out. It's just the first bite. It's a quick start. It's a play test. It's a demo of the game, essentially. So it'll run you up to like the first session or 2. And then if you want more, you're just going to have to keep your eyes peeled for a full edition that comes out. But that'll be dropping on Itch later this weekend. So go ahead and follow me there and check it out. It'll be pay what you want as well. So go ahead and check that out. And that's me.
Hey, Aman, anything from you?
Hello, I'm Aman. I'm a producer and co-host for the Infinite Tavern podcast, and we are coming up with a few more interesting interviews, including Jason Cordova, the main dude for the Between the Kickstarter launching in late September.
Yes, late September. Yeah.
Late September. So we're gonna have an interview with him, and we're gonna talk more about the Between. Anyhow, the Between, some of his past work, some of the inspirations, and all that jazz. So keep your eyes peeled for that. And a few other things going on. I have a Call of Cthulhu campaign going on, coming soon on the Panthers table, where I'm GMing it. And we're gonna have giveaways for COC starter set. So check that out. And yeah, a few more projects going on. If you follow me on Twitter at AmanHK, you will get to know more of the shit that I'm doing anywhere.
Yay.
So yeah.
And Mon Kushente.
Yeah, hire Mon for art. Great art. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, to everyone.
Like and subscribe.
Yeah, to everyone who's been watching the Pigeon Killers, thank you for joining us. Everyone new as well. And please do come to our server if you'd like to play any games with us. And there are a lot of other people as well there with open games. And it's been quite fun. Thank you so much, Wes, for agreeing to do this. And thank you, Aman, for joining us as well. I'm really excited for coming back to the Between, or like playing more playtesting other games as well. Like it's always exciting to playtest and use the system. Thank you to everyone who watched us. We hope that you are going to go and play the Between as well. And come over to our The Gauntlet server, the Infinite Tavern server, the Pigeon Killer server, and tell us your stories. And good night, good day. See you all later. Bye.